This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't explain what happened at that hotel in Willow Creek last summer. I've spent months trying to rationalize it, but I can't. My mom saw it too, so I know I'm not crazy. We were visiting my older brother James, who had moved to Willow Creek about a year earlier for a job at the local paper. It's this small lakeside town that's pretty in the summer but probably depressing as hell in winter. Mom and I decided to stay at this roadside hotel called the Lakeview Inn, which was ironic because you couldn't actually see the lake from any of the rooms. But it was cheap and we were only staying for 3 nights. The place wasn't terrible, but definitely had that distinct smell of old carpet and industrial cleaning products. You know the type. Thin walls, dated furniture, but clean enough that you don't feel grossed out. Our room had 2 queen beds with these faded floral comforters that had probably been there since the 90s, a small round table with 2 chairs by the window, and a bathroom that was surprisingly spacious compared to the rest of the room. We'd spent the day with James, touring around town while he showed us his apartment and workplace. By evening we were tired and decided to order takeout from this Chinese place James recommended. We brought the food back to our hotel room around 7:30 in the evening. Mom and I were sitting at that little round table, containers of food spread out between us. The sauce bottles, soy sauce, hot sauce, and this sweet chili thing I love, were in the middle. I remember I was in the middle of telling Mom about this class I was thinking of taking next semester when I reached for the sweet chili sauce. I hadn't even touched it yet when it just moved, like slid across the table about 4 inches to the left. Slowly, deliberately, as if someone had pushed it with their finger, except there was no one else there and neither of us was touching the table. I froze with my hand still outstretched. For a second, I thought maybe I was seeing things, but then I looked up at Mom and her expression confirmed it. Her fork was suspended halfway to her mouth, and she was staring at the bottle with this look of total confusion. "Did you just see?" I started. "The sauce bottle moved," she finished. She said it so matter-of-factly, like she was trying to convince herself it was no big deal. We both just sat there for a moment, staring at this stupid little plastic bottle of sweet chili sauce. Then, almost like we'd planned it, we both started examining the table. Maybe it was uneven, maybe there was water underneath the bottle making it slide, but the table was completely dry and level. We even took a pen and rolled it across the surface to check. "Do it again," Mom said. Not to me, but almost like she was talking to the bottle itself. And weirdly enough, nothing happened for maybe 30 seconds. Then the bottle moved, again, another inch or so in the same direction. Not fast, not jerky, just a smooth, controlled slide. I remember getting goosebumps all over my arms. It wasn't scary exactly, more fascinating than anything, like witnessing something impossible happening right in front of you. "Are you doing this?" Mom asked me, and I could tell she wasn't accusing me of playing a prank. She was genuinely wondering if I somehow had telekinetic powers I'd never mentioned. "No," I said. "Are you?" She shook her head. I tried to replicate what happened. I jumped up and down near the table. Nothing. I gently shook the table. The bottles wobbled but didn't slide smoothly like before. I even tried blowing on it as hard as I could, but it just tipped over rather than sliding. After the initial shock wore off, we actually finished our dinner right there at the same table. We kept glancing at the bottles every few seconds, but nothing else happened. We even started making jokes about friendly ghosts who just wanted some sauce. It felt weird, but not threatening. We called James and told him what happened, but he just laughed and said the hotel was old and probably had uneven floors, but we'd checked. The table wasn't tilted, there was no draft in the room, nothing to explain what we'd both clearly seen. By bedtime, we'd almost convinced ourselves it was some weird but explainable phenomenon. Maybe vibrations from a nearby room, maybe some strange air current we couldn't feel. We went to sleep around 11, and I remember thinking it would make a cool story to tell my friends back home. Then came 3 in the morning. I was jerked awake by a loud crash from the bathroom, followed immediately by my mom's startled yelp. The bathroom light switched on, and I heard her call my name. "Lucy, did you knock something over in here earlier?" I was still half asleep, confused. "What?" "No, I've been asleep." Mom came out of the bathroom looking genuinely freaked out. My face wash bottle. It was on the counter, pushed all the way back against the wall. I just found it on the floor across the bathroom. It had to have been thrown to land where it did. I got up and went to look. The bathroom counter was one of those built-in types with a slight lip around the edge. Mom's skincare stuff was arranged neatly at the back of the counter, but her facial cleanser, a heavy plastic pump bottle, was now on the floor near the door. To get there, it would have needed to clear the counter's edge and fly about 4 feet across the room. Maybe it fell and bounced, I suggested, not believing it myself. Mom shook her head. There's no way. It would have had to launch itself with force to land there. We checked the counter for water or anything slippery, bone dry. We looked for signs of vibration or anything that could have knocked it off. Nothing. The hotel was dead quiet. That's when the fear set in. The sliding sauce bottle had been weird but kind of cool. This felt different, more deliberate, more forceful. We didn't go back to sleep right away. We sat on our beds with the TV on low volume, not really watching it, just needing the light and noise. Mom suggested we change rooms, but at 3 in the morning, neither of us wanted to pack up and move, and the front desk probably wouldn't be staffed anyway. "If anything else happens, we're leaving," Mom said firmly. "I don't care what time it is." But nothing else happened that night, or the next day, or the day after that. We finished our visit with James without any other incidents, though we both slept with the bathroom light on for the remaining nights. The strangest part is how normal everything else about that hotel stay was. The staff was friendly but unremarkable. The other guests we passed in the hallways were just regular travelers. The room itself, aside from being dated, had no particular creepy vibes or anything that would suggest something supernatural. It was just a cheap roadside hotel that happened to be the site of something I still can't explain. We've visited James a few times since then, and we still stay at the Lakeview Inn because it's convenient and affordable. Mom refuses to book room 216 again, though. The manager never asked why, and we never volunteered the information. What would we even say? Your sauce bottles have a mind of their own. I've done some research since then. I've read about poltergeist activity, about how certain people, especially adolescent girls, might unconsciously produce psychokinetic energy. I've read about how old buildings settle and create unexplained movements. I've read about mass hallucinations, though I don't think 2 people constitute a mass. Nothing quite fits what we experienced. The rational part of me wants to believe there's a logical explanation. Maybe there was some imperceptible slope to the table. Maybe the face wash bottle was closer to the edge than Mom remembered. Maybe there was an earthquake tremor so slight we didn't feel it, but enough to move objects. But another part of me knows what I saw. That sauce bottle moved on its own, deliberately, like it was being guided. The face wash bottle couldn't have landed where it did without force behind it. Sometimes I think about going back to that specific room alone, setting up cameras, seeing if I can capture anything, but then I remember the feeling I had at 3 in the morning. That cold, unsettled feeling that something was in that room with us, something that could affect the physical world. And then I think maybe some questions are better left unanswered. It's been 8 months, and I still think about it at least once a week, not with fear anymore, but with this persistent curiosity. In a world where we think we understand the rules of physics, how do you process seeing those rules temporarily suspended? How do you go back to normal life knowing that maybe, just maybe, there's something else operating behind the scenes? I don't have answers. I just have what I saw. A sauce bottle that slid across a table when nobody touched it, and a face wash bottle that launched itself across a bathroom in the middle of the night. Small things, really, insignificant in the grand scheme, but they've changed how I see the world in ways I'm still trying to understand. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Something small but impossible that makes you question everything you thought you knew about how the world works? Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last winter. I've been debating whether to post this for months, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. So back in December, I was 19 and living in my great-grandmother's house with my parents and sister. It's this old two-story place from like the 1930s with creaky floorboards and all that. We were only staying there temporarily while our actual house was being renovated after some water damage. My mom and sister had gone to visit family out of state for a few days, so it was just me and my dad. I've always been into collecting toys, especially movie memorabilia. Not like playing with them or anything, just displaying them. I had this life-sized Slinky dog from Toy Story that I'd gotten at Disney a few years back. It was pretty cool, had these little wheels on the paws so you could actually pull it around like in the movies. Anyway, that Friday night I was heading over to my friend Jake's place for a game night. Dad was just chilling in the living room watching some history documentary. As I was leaving, I jokingly said, "Watch out for ghosts, Dad." It was just a stupid joke because the house was old and kind of creepy when it was quiet. I didn't actually believe in that stuff. I stayed over at Jake's till like 3 in the morning. We were playing Call of Duty with some other friends, and I crashed on his couch afterward. The next morning I was just hanging out there when I got this weird call from my dad around 11. His voice sounded off. He was speaking really quietly and said, "Marcus, I need you to come home. Something happened last night." When I asked what was wrong, he just said, "One of your toys moved by itself." I honestly thought he was messing with me, like getting me back for the ghost joke, but there was something in his voice that didn't sound right. He's not the type to joke around like that, and he definitely sounded freaked out. So I drove home right away, and when I walked in, my dad was sitting on the living room couch with my Slinky dog toy on the coffee table in front of him. He looked like he hadn't slept at all. His face was pale, and his hands were shaking slightly as he drank his coffee. "Sit down," he said. "I need to tell you what happened after you left." He explained that around midnight, he was still up watching TV when he started hearing these footsteps upstairs. At first, he thought maybe it was just the house settling or something. The great-grandmother's house always made weird noises, but the footsteps were too rhythmic, too deliberate. They sounded like someone walking around in my bedroom. Dad said he tried to ignore it at first. He turned the volume up on the TV and convinced himself it was nothing. But then he heard what sounded like objects being moved around upstairs, like someone was shuffling things on my desk or dresser. Eventually, he went upstairs to check. My bedroom door was open, even though he remembered it being closed earlier. He looked inside but didn't see anything out of place. No windows were open, and there obviously wasn't anyone else in the house. So he closed my door and went back downstairs, feeling a bit uneasy but trying to rationalize it. About an hour later, he said he was dozing off on the couch when he heard my bedroom door open again. The sound of the old hinges creaking was unmistakable. He sat up, completely alert now, and watched the staircase from the living room. What he described next makes my skin crawl every time I think about it. He said he saw my Slinky dog toy slowly roll out of my bedroom by itself. It came to the top of the stairs, paused, and then somehow managed to turn toward where my dad was sitting. Then it started moving down the stairs, one step at a time, those little wheels clicking against the wood. Dad said he was completely frozen. He couldn't move, couldn't call out, couldn't do anything but watch as this toy deliberately made its way down the stairs, across the hallway, and into the living room. It stopped directly in front of him, next to the coffee table. And then, this is the part that really messed me up, he heard a child's laugh coming from my empty bedroom upstairs. Not like a movie laugh or anything, but a soft, playful giggle, like a kid who'd just pulled a prank. My dad didn't sleep the rest of the night. He just sat there with the toy, afraid to touch it, afraid to go upstairs, afraid to do anything. "I'm not crazy, Marcus," he kept saying. "I know what I saw. I've known my dad my entire life, and I've never seen him look scared like that. He's always been the rational one in the family. He doesn't believe in ghosts or any supernatural stuff. He's an electrical engineer, for crying out loud. Everything has a logical explanation in his world. But there was no explanation for this. The toy was heavy enough that it wouldn't just roll on its own. And those stairs, they're steep. No way something rolls down them without getting damaged. I didn't know what to believe, but I could tell my dad was genuinely shaken up. He kept asking if I'd ever noticed anything weird with the toy before. I hadn't. It was just a normal collectible that had been sitting on my shelf for years. I decided to test it out. That night, with Dad reluctantly agreeing to stay in the house, I carefully positioned Slinky Dog on my desk, making sure the wheels were blocked so it couldn't roll accidentally. I took a picture with my phone to document exactly how I'd left it. Then I went downstairs where Dad was already set up on the couch with a makeshift bed, clearly not wanting to sleep in his bedroom upstairs. I stayed up in the living room watching videos on my laptop with earbuds in. Around 1 in the morning, I started hearing the same footsteps Dad had described. At first, I thought it might be the house settling, but they were too regular, too deliberate. It sounded exactly like someone walking around upstairs. My heart started racing. I pulled my earbuds out and listened more carefully. The footsteps moved from my room to the hallway, then back to my room again. I glanced at my dad, who was now wide awake and staring at the ceiling. "You hear that?" he whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. We both sat there, listening to the footsteps pacing back and forth. Then we heard it, a rolling sound, followed by the distinct click, click, click of small wheels on hardwood floors. My dad grabbed my arm, his fingers digging into my skin. "That's what I heard last night," he hissed. The rolling sound moved toward the stairs. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped up and flipped on all the lights. My dad followed me to the bottom of the staircase and we both looked up, expecting to see the toy at the top of the stairs. There was nothing there. I took a deep breath and started climbing the stairs, my dad right behind me. The rolling sound had stopped. When we reached the top, I looked down the hallway toward my bedroom. The door was open, even though I distinctly remembered closing it before coming downstairs. With my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, I approached my room and flipped on the light. The Slinky Dog wasn't on my desk where I'd left it. I frantically scanned the room and finally spotted it next to my bed, on the complete opposite side of the room. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and compared what I was seeing with the photo I'd taken earlier. There was no question. The toy had moved. As I stood there staring at it, trying to process what was happening, we heard it. A soft, childlike chuckle that seemed to come from the empty corner of my room. It wasn't menacing or scary. It was playful, almost mischievous, but in that moment, it was the most terrifying sound I'd ever heard. My blood turned to ice. Dad and I looked at each other, both of us completely pale. Without saying a word, we backed out of the room. I closed the door and we practically ran downstairs. We spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, not talking much, just sitting there trying to make sense of what had happened. I kept checking my phone, willing time to go faster so morning would come. When the sun finally rose, I went back upstairs with Dad. The toy was exactly where we'd seen it last, next to my bed. In the daylight, it looked completely ordinary, just a silly movie collectible. But we both knew what we'd witnessed. I packed up the Slinky Dog that morning, putting it in its original box and taping it shut. I stored it in the attic of the great-grandmother's house, buried under a bunch of other boxes. I haven't opened it since. My mom and sister came home a few days later, and we told them what happened. They didn't believe us, of course. My sister laughed it off, and my mom suggested maybe we'd both fallen asleep and dreamed the same thing, or that Dad had been sleepwalking and moved the toy himself without remembering. But Dad and I know what we experienced. We've talked about it many times since then, trying to find some logical explanation. We've wondered if my great-grandmother's house has some history we don't know about, maybe involving a child, but we've been too afraid to really dig into it. We moved back to our own house a month later when the renovations were finished. I left the boxed-up toy in the great-grandmother's attic. Some things are better left undisturbed. To this day, I can't explain what animated that toy or whose laugh we heard in my empty bedroom. Sometimes I still wake up at night thinking I hear that soft rolling sound of wheels on hardwood, followed by a child's giggle, and every time It freezes my blood all over again. Story 3. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last summer. It's been 8 months, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever was in our house that night changed everything. I've been reading other people's experiences on here for weeks, and I finally worked up the courage to share mine. It was a Friday night in June. Mom was working the night shift at the hospital, and my stepdad was away on a business trip in Chicago. I had plans to meet some friends at a party around 11:30, so I had the whole house to myself until then. Nothing unusual about that. I'd been home alone plenty of times before. Around 10 o'clock, I decided to jump in the shower and start getting ready. My cat Milo was acting weird though. He kept following me around the house, staying closer than normal. Usually he's pretty independent, does his own thing. But that night, he wouldn't leave my side. When I went into the bathroom, he sat right outside the door. I remember turning on most of the lights downstairs before heading up, the living room, kitchen and hallway. I've always hated dark houses, especially when I'm alone. I turned on my bedroom light and the bathroom light too. Normal routine. I was in the shower for maybe 15 minutes. About halfway through, I started hearing scratching at the bathroom door. It was definitely Milo. I could hear his little meows between scratches. The weird thing was how frantic he sounded, not his usual, "Hey, let me in" scratching, but more desperate, almost panicked. I called out to him, "Milo, chill, I'll be out in a minute." The scratching just got more intense. When I finally stepped out of the shower, the bathroom felt freezing cold, like unusually cold. I figured maybe the AC was acting up again. I quickly dried off, put on some sweats and a t-shirt, and opened the bathroom door. Milo darted in immediately and started rubbing against my legs, purring like crazy. That's when I noticed the hallway was completely dark. I distinctly remembered turning on that light. I'm obsessive about lights when I'm home alone. I stepped into the hallway and flicked the switch, telling myself I must have forgotten. But then I realized my bedroom light was off too, and when I went downstairs, every single light I had turned on was now off. My stomach dropped. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, trying to make sense of it. Maybe a power surge, but the microwave clock in the kitchen was still on, glowing green in the darkness. I went around turning everything back on, trying to convince myself that I just thought I'd turned them on earlier. But I knew I had turned those lights on. I went back upstairs to finish getting ready, but by now I was seriously freaked out. I texted my friend Jake, "Hey, can you come get me ASAP? Don't really want to be alone right now." He replied that he'd be over in 20 minutes. I tried to act normal, doing my hair in the bathroom, but my hands were shaking. Milo wouldn't leave the bathroom either. He just sat on the counter staring at me with these wide, alert eyes. When I went to my bedroom to grab my phone charger, Milo sprinted in ahead of me and jumped straight onto the windowsill. He started pawing at the blinds like he could see something outside. I looked out, but it was just darkness. Our house backs up to some woods, and there are no streetlights back there. I grabbed my stuff and sat on my bed, scrolling through my phone while waiting for Jake. I kept hearing these tiny creaks from different parts of the house. Old house noises, I told myself, but they seemed to be getting closer, like footsteps trying to be quiet. I texted Jake again, "Please hurry." Milo was still at the window, but now he was completely still, just staring out with his fur slightly puffed up. I didn't like it, not one bit. When Jake texted that he was outside, I practically flew down the stairs. I switched on lights as I went, not wanting to be in the dark for even a second. I remember hesitating at the front door, suddenly terrified of what might be behind me in the house. I grabbed my keys and jacket and stepped outside, locking the door behind me. That's when the real nightmare began. I was halfway to Jake's car when I realized Milo might have slipped out with me. I turned around to check, and there he was sitting on the front steps. Good, I thought. At least I knew where he was. I'd have to come back for him after I calmed down a bit. As I turned back toward Jake's car, something made me look up at my bedroom window. The blinds were still down from when Milo had been pawing at them. But as I watched, they suddenly flipped up like someone had yanked the cord from inside. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. If Milo was here on the steps with me, Then what was in my bedroom? I felt a cold wave of terror wash over me. I looked down at Milo again to confirm he was really there. He was, and he was staring up at the window too, his whole body rigid. I ran to Jake's car and jumped in, yelling at him to lock the doors. He thought I was joking at first. I could see the smile fade from his face when he realized how terrified I was. "What's wrong?" he asked, but I couldn't even speak. I just pointed at the house. As we sat there, the light in my parents' bedroom switched off. I hadn't turned that one on. Someone, or something, was moving through the house. "Drive," I finally managed to say. "Just drive." When we were a few blocks away, I called the police. I told them I thought someone had broken into our house. They said they'd send someone to check it out. Jake took me to his place, where I called my mom at work. She left early to meet the police at our house. When she called me back an hour later, she said the police had searched the entire house and found nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry, no one hiding anywhere. The only thing they thought was strange was that all the lights in the house were off. Every single one. I didn't go home that night. I stayed at Jake's, and his parents were nice enough to let me crash on their couch. The next morning, my mom picked me up and brought me home. Everything seemed normal in the daylight. Milo was fine. My mom had let him in last night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in our house. The really strange part is what happened after. In the weeks following that night, things started going wrong for us. Small things at first, appliances breaking, pipes leaking, the car needing repairs, but then bigger things. My stepdad came home from his trip 3 days after my experience, and he was different. It's hard to explain, but he just wasn't himself. Mom noticed it too. He was distant, irritable. He complained about headaches and stomach pains. Within a month, he started missing work. 2 months later, he lost his job. He became a whole different person. The man who used to play basketball with me in the driveway now barely acknowledged me when I entered a room. He'd stare at the walls for hours. Sometimes I'd catch him whispering to himself when he thought no one was around. Then came the really disturbing part. Mom found texts on his phone from a woman none of us knew. When she confronted him, he denied everything, but would sneak out at night. About 6 weeks ago, that woman was found murdered in her apartment. The police questioned my stepdad, but he had an alibi. He was at a bar with some guys from his old job. I've never told my mom about my suspicions. How can I tell her I think something followed my stepdad home, or worse, that something was waiting in our house and attached itself to him when he returned? It sounds crazy, but I know what I saw that night, and I know my stepdad is not the same man who left for Chicago last June. Milo won't go near him anymore. Animals know things we don't. I'm moving out for college in the fall, but I worry about leaving my mom alone with him. Whatever's happening in our house isn't over. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night and hear footsteps in the hallway, even when everyone is asleep. My bedroom door will be open in the morning when I know I closed it the night before. And twice now, I've caught my stepdad staring at me from the doorway with this blank expression that makes my blood run cold. I don't have answers about what happened that night. All I know is that when I look back at my house from Jake's car, someone was inside turning off lights, someone who wasn't supposed to be there. And whatever it was, I think it's still here, living inside the man who used to be my stepdad. Story 4. I've been driving trucks for 15 years. 15 years of open road, shitty diner coffee, and enough podcasts to fill a library. Nothing's ever really scared me out there. I've weathered storms that made other drivers pull over, navigated mountain passes in blizzards, and handled my fair share of aggressive drivers. But what happened 3 nights ago on that stretch of highway between Texas and California? I still can't explain it. I don't know if I ever will. It was around 2 in the morning when things started getting weird. I'd been driving since noon, making good time despite the unusually empty roads. I remember checking my GPS, still 4 hours to my destination, but I was wide awake and feeling fine. The night was moonless. pitch black except for my headlights cutting through the darkness, the kind of darkness that seems to press against your windshield, like it's trying to get in. I had the heat on, but I couldn't shake this persistent chill. At first I thought maybe the heat was malfunctioning, but when I checked the temperature gauge, everything looked normal. It was this bone-deep cold that seemed to come from nowhere. I remember rubbing my arms, cranking the heat even higher, but nothing helped. The radio had been playing some late-night talk show, but it had started to fade into static about 30 minutes earlier. I'd been trying different stations, but found nothing but white noise. I wasn't too concerned. It happens in remote areas. But combined with the cold and the emptiness of the highway, it was starting to feel eerie. I remember looking at the clock, 2:17, when I first noticed the lights in my rearview mirror, red and blue, flashing rhythmically, getting closer. A cop. My first thought was relief, another human being out here in the middle of nowhere. My second thought was to check my speed. I was going exactly 5 miles over the limit, not enough to normally get pulled over, but maybe this officer was bored on a slow night. I pulled over onto the shoulder, the gravel crunching under my tires. The police car stopped behind me, its lights still flashing, painting the inside of my cab in alternating red and blue. I reached for my license and registration, rolled down the window, and waited, and waited. Almost 2 minutes passed before I saw the officer approach in my side mirror. Something was off about the way he moved, too stiff, too measured, like each step required careful calculation. I couldn't see his face clearly, just the outline of a standard police hat and uniform. When he reached my window, he just stood there, silent. Not shining a flashlight, not asking for my license, not saying a word, just standing there, breathing, and even that sounded wrong, too slow, too deliberate. "Evening, officer," I finally said, trying to break the bizarre tension. "Something wrong?" No response, just that slow, measured breathing. I turned more fully toward the window, straining to see his face, but it was hidden in shadow beneath the brim of his hat. "Sir, is there a problem?" That's when he moved. His hand shot out faster than seemed possible and grabbed my wrist. His grip was like a vice, cold, impossibly strong, the kind of strength that makes you realize how powerless you are. "Exit the vehicle." His voice didn't match his appearance. It was hollow, lifeless, like it was coming from somewhere else entirely, not through a radio or speaker, just wrong, like someone doing a poor impression of a human voice. "What's the issue, officer?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. I tried to pull my arm back, but his grip tightened until I felt my bones grinding together. "Exit the vehicle." Each word was punctuated, emotionless. That's when I looked directly at his face, and what little courage I had evaporated. Where eyes should have been, there was only darkness. Not shadows, not dark eyes, just empty black voids that seemed to go on forever. Pure instinct took over. I yanked the gear shift into drive with my free hand and floored the accelerator. The sudden jerk broke his grip on my wrist and my truck lurched forward. In my side mirror, I saw him standing perfectly still in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. He didn't run back to his car. He didn't move at all. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. What the fuck had just happened? Was I hallucinating from fatigue? I've driven plenty of overnight hauls, and I know the signs of driving too long. This wasn't that. This was something else entirely. I pushed the truck as fast as it would go, desperate to put distance between me and whatever that thing was. The speedometer needle climbed past 80, 90, pushing 100 on the empty highway. 10 minutes passed, then 15. My breathing started to return to normal. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the radio suddenly blasted to life, making me jump so hard I nearly swerved off the road. Static at first, then a voice cut through the noise. The same hollow, lifeless voice. "You can't run. You can't hide. Dead men tell no tales." I jabbed at the power button, but the voice continued. I ripped the entire fucking radio out of the dashboard, tearing wires and all, but the voice still came through. "The road is mine. All who travel it are mine." I threw the radio unit onto the passenger floor and stomped on it, crushing it under my boot. Finally, silence. My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel, and I was gasping for breath like I'd just run a marathon. About 5 miles ahead, I spotted lights. A rest stop. I'd never been so happy to see a shitty highway rest area in my life. I needed to call someone, anyone. I needed to not be alone. I pulled into the empty parking lot and killed the engine. The rest stop looked abandoned. No other vehicles, no lights except for a dim fluorescent glow from inside the main building. But it was better than being alone on that highway. The moment I stepped out of my truck, I felt exposed, vulnerable. The air was completely still, no breeze at all, and quieter than any place has a right to be. No distant traffic noise, no insects, nothing. Just silence and that persistent, inexplicable cold. I jogged to the entrance, looking over my shoulder every few steps. The glass door slid open automatically, and I stepped into the empty building. It looked like any standard highway rest stop. Vending machines, restrooms, a few tables, and a small information desk. But there wasn't a soul in sight. "Hello?" My voice echoed off the tile floors. No response. I spotted a payphone near the restrooms and practically ran to it. The receiver was ice cold against my ear, and instead of a dial tone, there was only that same static I'd heard on the radio. I hung up and pulled out my cell phone. No service, not even a single bar. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered, humming loudly. I walked to the information desk, hoping to find someone, anyone who could help me. The desk was empty, but there was an old radio sitting on it, the kind with an analog dial and antenna. As I approached, the radio crackled to life by itself. "You found my rest stop. How nice of you to visit." I backed away, knocking over a brochure stand, maps and tourist pamphlets scattered across the floor. "The road is mine. Your soul is mine." The lights flickered more violently now, plunging the rest stop into momentary darkness with each flicker. And in those brief moments of darkness, I caught glimpses of someone or something standing at the far end of the building, near the entrance. With each flicker, it was closer. Flicker, halfway across the room. Flicker, by the vending machines. Flicker, at the information desk. When the lights stabilized, he was standing right there, the officer. But now I could see his face clearly. His skin was pale, waxy, like a corpse, and those eyes, those empty black voids, seemed to pull at me, like they wanted to suck me in. "You can't run," he said, his mouth barely moving. "The road is mine. Your soul is mine." I bolted toward the restrooms, looking for another way out. There had to be a back door, a maintenance exit, something. I slammed through the men's room door, frantically scanning for an escape. There, an emergency exit at the back of the restroom. I could hear footsteps behind me, slow and measured, like he had all the time in the world. The emergency door had one of those push bars. I slammed into it with all my weight, and it burst open, but I didn't find myself outside. I was back on the highway, not in a parking lot, not behind the rest stop, just standing in the middle of the empty highway, miles from anywhere. My truck was gone. The rest stop was gone. There was nothing around me but desert and that endless ribbon of asphalt stretching into the darkness. I spun around, trying to orient myself, trying to understand what was happening. That's when I saw them, headlights in the distance coming toward me, but they were wrong, too bright, too white, like miniature suns bearing down on me. I tried to move, to get off the road, but my legs wouldn't work. I was frozen in place as those blinding lights got closer and closer. The sound of an engine roaring filled my ears, growing louder until it was deafening. The headlights were so bright now that I couldn't see anything else, couldn't even raise my arms to shield my eyes. I felt the rush of air as something massive passed through me, not around me, not over me, but through me, like I wasn't even there, or like I was already gone. Then darkness, complete and absolute. I woke up in my truck at a rest stop 200 miles from where I'd pulled over. The sun was rising. My GPS showed I'd been there for 4 hours, but I have no memory of driving there. My wrist is bruised in the shape of a hand, 5 perfect fingerprints pressed into my skin. I quit my job yesterday. I'm never driving that route again. I'm not sure I'm ever driving at night again. I don't know what happened out there on that lonely stretch of highway. I don't know if it was real or if I'm losing my mind. All I know is that every time I close my eyes, I see those empty black voids staring back at me, and I hear that voice, that horrible, hollow voice. Dead men tell no tales. But I'm telling this one because I need someone to believe me. I need to know I'm not crazy. I need to know if anyone else has seen him out there, that thing pretending to be a highway patrol officer. And I need to warn you, if you're driving late at night and you see those red and blue lights in your mirror on an empty stretch of highway, don't stop. Don't ever stop. Story 5. I still get chills when I think about what happened last summer in Cedar Falls. I've never been big on sharing personal stuff online, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me for months, and nobody I tell in person seems to fully understand how much this messed me up. So, I'm 19 and my dad's in this small-time rock band that tours around the Midwest. Nothing famous, just local venues and small festivals. Last July, they had this 3-day gig in Cedar Falls, Iowa. Since it was summer break and I had nothing better to do, I decided to tag along. Dad thought it would be a good father-son bonding thing. We were staying at this tiny cottage rental place. When I say tiny, I mean tiny. The whole band was crammed in there to save money. 4 guys plus me, sharing 2 tiny bedrooms and a pull-out couch. Dad and I ended up sharing this bedroom that barely fit a full-size bed. There was maybe a foot of space on each side to walk. You had to shimmy sideways just to get to the bathroom. The day started normal enough. The band had sound check scheduled for late afternoon, so we had the morning free. Dad suggested we do some sightseeing, and one of the other band members, Mike, mentioned this old mansion that offered tours. It was this huge Victorian place built sometime in the 1800s, really ornate with all these intricate carvings and stained glass, the kind of place that just screams haunted, even in broad daylight. But here's the thing. I've always been a total skeptic about paranormal stuff, ghosts, spirits, whatever. I think it's all bullshit, honestly. My friends back home are always watching those ghost hunter shows, and I'm the guy saying it's all staged. So when the tour guide was talking about the history of the mansion, I wasn't really paying attention until I overheard her quietly telling another tourist that some staff members thought the place was haunted. I remember rolling my eyes so hard. The guide caught me and gave me this look, but I didn't care. When she wasn't looking, I started making ghost noises under my breath, which made my dad nudge me to shut up. As the tour went on, I noticed all these ornate mirrors throughout the house. The guide mentioned how the original owner had this thing for mirrors, believed they were portals or something equally ridiculous. I decided to have some fun with it. Whenever we'd pass a mirror, I'd stop and stare right into it, sometimes whispering stuff like, "I'm waiting" or "come and get me." Dad just shook his head and kept walking, used to my smart-ass behavior. There was this one mirror in particular at the end of the tour. This massive thing with an elaborately carved frame that took up almost an entire wall. While everyone else was distracted looking at some antique furniture, I stood in front of it and said, louder than I should have, "If there's anything in there, I dare you to follow me home." I even knocked on the glass. Dad called me an idiot and pulled me away. We left the mansion around 1 in the afternoon. The rest of the day was boring. We grabbed lunch, I hung around during their sound check, then we all went back to the cottage around 11 that night. Everyone was tired, especially my dad, who'd been up since 5 that morning dealing with some equipment issues. The band guys cracked open some beers, but I just played on my phone for a while before deciding to crash. Dad came in about 30 minutes later, and we both got ready for bed. The bedroom was stuffy, so we cracked the window open a bit, but kept the door closed because Mike snores like a chainsaw. I remember lying there scrolling through Instagram until my eyes got heavy. The only light in the room was from my phone screen. Dad was already breathing deeply beside me, practically passed out the minute his head hit the pillow. I must have been in that weird space between awake and asleep when it happened. You know that feeling when you're drifting off and suddenly jerk awake because you feel like you're falling. It was like that, except what jolted me was a voice. Someone whispered my name. Daniel. It wasn't muffled or distant, it was clear. like someone was standing in the corner of our tiny room, leaning in close and saying my name with perfect clarity. My eyes shot open immediately. The room was dark, except for a faint glow from the streetlight outside filtering through the thin curtains. My first thought was that it was one of the band guys messing with me, but the door was still closed, and in that sliver of light from the window, I could see there was nobody standing there. The room was too small to hide anyone anyway. I laid there completely still, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. I told myself I had imagined it. Just a weird brain thing as I was falling asleep. Audio hallucinations happen when you're drifting off, right? I closed my eyes again, trying to calm down. That's when I felt my dad roll over beside me. I figured he was just adjusting in his sleep until he whispered, "Did you hear that too?" Those 5 words made my blood turn to ice. I literally couldn't move for what felt like a full minute, because if Dad heard it too, then I didn't imagine it. Something had whispered my name loud enough for both of us to hear. "Yeah," I finally managed to say. My voice came out all strained and weird. Someone said my name. Dad immediately sat up and reached for the lamp on the bedside table. When the light came on, I could see his face was pale. We both scanned the tiny room, but there was nowhere anyone could be hiding. The closet door was open, showing only our duffel bags. There was no under the bed. It was a solid platform. Just 4 walls, a window, and a closed door. "Check the door," Dad said, his voice tense. I got up and checked. It was fully closed, not even slightly ajar. I opened it and looked out into the living room. Mike was sprawled on the pull-out couch, snoring away. The other 2 guys were in the second bedroom with their door shut. We even checked the window, thinking maybe someone was outside, but we were on the 2nd floor with no balcony or fire escape, just a straight drop to the ground. "This is crazy," Dad muttered, running his hand through his hair. I heard someone say your name, clear as day, like they were standing right there. He pointed to the corner of the room near the closet. That's exactly where I'd thought the voice came from too. We ended up waking the other guys to see if they were messing with us, but they were genuinely confused and annoyed at being woken up. None of them had left their beds. Mike even pointed out that the floorboards in the cottage creaked so badly that we would have heard anyone walking around. After everyone went back to bed, Dad and I sat there with the light on, trying to make sense of what had happened. He kept saying there had to be a logical explanation, but I could tell he was freaked out. My dad's this tough, practical guy who fixes motorcycles and plays in a rock band, not someone who gets scared easily. That's when I remembered what I'd done at the mansion earlier that day. All those mirrors I'd mocked, especially that last big one where I'd literally dared whatever might be there to follow me home. I didn't tell Dad about this. He was already unsettled enough, and I felt stupid for even considering it might be connected. We eventually decided to try to go back to sleep around 3 in the morning, but kept the light on. I don't think either of us actually slept much. I just laid there, straining to hear any sound, jumping at every creak of the old cottage settling. The weirdest part came right before dawn. I was lying there, finally starting to drift off from pure exhaustion, when I felt something cold brush against my face. Not like a breeze, more like fingertips. I jerked fully awake and sat up, but there was nothing there. Dad was still beside me, his eyes open too, staring at the ceiling. "You feel that?" I asked. He didn't answer for a second, then just said, "Let's pack up early and get breakfast in town." We were out of that cottage by 7 in the morning. Dad made some excuse to the band about wanting to get an early start, but I noticed he kept looking over his shoulder as we loaded our stuff into the van. Here's the thing that still bothers me the most. The cottage had these decorative mirrors in every room, standard stuff, nothing fancy like at the mansion. But as we were leaving, I noticed the small mirror hanging in our bedroom had a crack in it. A long, thin crack running diagonally across the glass that definitely hadn't been there when we checked in. I've tried to rationalize what happened a million different ways. Maybe it was the wind, or someone outside playing a prank, or some weird acoustical thing where sound carried from another room, but none of those explanations feel right. Dad and I have only talked about it once since then. About a month after, I asked him if he still thought about that night. All he said was, Some things don't have explanations, Daniel. Sometimes it's better not to look for them. What freaks me out the most isn't just that we both heard my name being whispered by no one. It's that whatever it was knew exactly who to call out to. It didn't say hey or hello or Dad's name. It said Daniel, my name specifically, like it knew me, like it had followed me. I don't mock mirrors anymore. I don't make stupid dares at historical sites. And sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I still catch myself holding my breath, listening for whispers in an empty room. Story 6. I haven't talked about this in years, but I think writing it out might help me process what happened. I'm still trying to make sense of it, even though it's been almost 9 years. When I was 14, my dad decided we needed some quality time after my parents separated. He planned this spontaneous road trip from our home in Seattle through the Midwest. I wasn't thrilled about it. I was at that age where hanging out with my dad for days on end wasn't exactly my idea of fun, but I didn't have much choice. We'd been driving through Kentucky for hours. It was getting dark, maybe around 8 or 9 in the evening, and we were in the middle of nowhere, not the scenic nowhere with tourist spots and cute little towns, just empty roads, fields, and the occasional house. Dad realized we were running low on gas, and we finally spotted this old gas station on the side of the highway. It was one of those places that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s, a small convenience store with 2 pumps out front, fluorescent lights buzzing and attracting moths. The guy working there was an older man with this weathered face who barely looked up from his crossword puzzle when we walked in. Dad asked if there were any motels nearby, and the guy just laughed and said, "Not for another 40 miles at least." I remember the way he said it, not mean, just matter of fact, like we should have known better than to expect lodging in the middle of nowhere. Dad didn't want to drive anymore. He'd been behind the wheel for almost 12 hours that day. He bought some snacks, filled up the tank, and pulled our car to the side of the station's small parking lot. "We'll sleep here tonight and get an early start tomorrow," he said. I was annoyed but too tired to argue. Our car was this old Subaru Outback. Dad reclined his seat and was snoring within minutes. I tried to sleep too, but I couldn't get comfortable. The seatbelt buckle kept digging into my side, and every time I found a decent position, a muscle would cramp or my neck would start aching. Plus, Dad's snoring was like a chainsaw right next to my ear. I gave up on sleep and pulled out my phone. My best friend Jake back in Seattle was still awake, so we started texting. The reception was spotty, but messages would come through eventually. I told him about how ridiculous this whole trip was and how we were sleeping in a car at some random gas station. He thought it was hilarious. Around 11, I started feeling claustrophobic in the car. Dad was still completely knocked out, so I figured I could step outside for a few minutes, get some fresh air. I quietly opened the door and slipped out, careful not to wake him. The night was different than what I was used to in the city. It was so dark, but also kind of alive with sounds. Crickets, distant animal noises, the occasional car passing on the highway. The gas station's lights created this small bubble of visibility, but beyond that was just pure darkness. I walked to the edge of the parking lot, stretching my legs. That's when I noticed something across the road that I hadn't seen when we arrived. A cornfield. I'd never seen a real cornfield before, just in movies and stuff. In the darkness, it looked both fascinating and kind of eerie, these tall stalks swaying slightly in the breeze. I texted Jake, "Dude, there's an actual cornfield across from us, like right out of Children of the Corn." He responded, "Go check it out. Maybe you'll find some creepy kids, LLL." I knew he was joking, but I was bored and restless. The road was completely empty, so I crossed over. As I got closer to the field, I had this weird feeling like I was being watched. I told myself it was just because I was alone in the dark in an unfamiliar place. Anyone would feel uneasy, right? Standing at the edge of the cornfield, I could smell the plants, a sweet, earthy smell I'd never experienced before. I almost stepped in, but something held me back. It wasn't fear exactly, more like instinct. Looking back, I'm grateful I listened to it. That's when I noticed something else I hadn't seen before. A large white barn, maybe 100 yards down from where I was standing. It had these dark stripes that looked red or black, hard to tell in the darkness. The barn was set back from the road a bit, partially hidden by some trees, but it was definitely big. I texted Jake again. "There's this old barn too. Maybe I'll find some ghosts, lol." He replied, "Take pics or it didn't happen." I tried, but my phone camera was useless in the dark, just showed blackness. I told Jake I was going to check out the barn, and he sent back a skull emoji and RIP dude. I started walking along the edge of the cornfield toward the barn. With each step, that feeling of being watched intensified. My heart was beating faster, but I kept going. I was 14. Turning back would have felt like chickening out, even though there was no one around to judge me except myself. As I got closer to the barn, details became clearer. It was bigger than I'd initially thought, and older too. The white paint was peeling, revealing gray wood underneath. The dark stripes were actually faded red. One of the large doors was slightly ajar, and I could see nothing but blackness inside. I stopped about 20 feet away. Something felt wrong. The night had gotten quieter. I couldn't hear the crickets anymore. Even the distant highway sounds seemed muffled. I stood there, debating whether to go closer or head back to the car. That's when I noticed what I thought was a bell or something attached to the corner of the barn. It was this dark shape that seemed out of place. I squinted, trying to make it out better in the darkness. It wasn't a bell. It was a head peering around the corner of the barn, looking at me. I froze completely. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing at first. The head was elongated, not quite human-shaped, and as my eyes adjusted, I realized with a sick feeling in my stomach that I could see the barn through parts of it, like it was partially transparent or something. The closest thing I can compare it to is that scene in the Predator movie where the alien has its camouflage on, this shimmering, distorted effect with a dark, shadowy center. But this wasn't a movie effect. This was right in front of me, in a Kentucky field at night. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't even think. It was like my entire system just shut down from pure terror. Then my phone buzzed with a text notification, and the sound snapped me out of it. I didn't look at my phone. I didn't look back at the barn. I just turned and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I sprinted across the road, not even checking for cars. My lungs were burning, and I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears. I reached our car, yanked the door open, and practically dove inside, slamming the door behind me. Dad barely stirred. He mumbled something in his sleep and shifted position, but didn't wake up. I sat there gasping for breath, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. I locked the doors. Then I checked that they were locked again and again. I curled up in my seat, making myself as small as possible, and stared out the window toward the barn. I couldn't see it clearly from where we were parked, just a vague white shape in the distance. But I kept staring, terrified that I'd see that thing moving across the field toward us. Jake had sent several texts asking what was happening. With trembling fingers I typed, "Something's out there." Not joking, actually scared. He thought I was messing with him, of course, sent back a bunch of laughing emojis and asked what I'd seen, assuming I was making up a ghost story. How could I explain? I barely understood it myself. I just wrote, "Tall, really tall, like 7 to 8 feet, by the barn, could see through it, like Predator." He stopped with the jokes then and asked if I was okay. I told him I was in the car, doors locked. He suggested waking my dad, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. What would I say? That I'd seen some transparent monster by a barn? He'd think I was either making it up or had imagined it. I stayed awake all night. Every sound made me flinch. Every shadow moving outside the windows sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I kept imagining that thing circling our car, peering in at me with that not quite human head. When the sun finally came up, I must have dozed off from sheer exhaustion. Dad woke me when he started the car. He was cheerful, saying he'd slept great and asking if I was ready for breakfast. I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak. As we drove away, I looked back at the barn one last time. In the daylight, it looked completely ordinary, just an old, weathered barn beside a cornfield. But I know what I saw. We never went back to that part of Kentucky, and I've never told my dad what happened. What would be the point? He wouldn't believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it either if it hadn't happened to me. But it did happen, and it changed me. Before that night, I was neutral about paranormal stuff, neither a believer nor a skeptic. Now, I know there are things out there that can't be explained, things that shouldn't exist but do, things that watch from the shadows. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still get that feeling of being watched. And I wonder if it found me somehow, if it followed me home, or if there are others like it, everywhere, just waiting for someone to notice them. I don't go out alone at night anymore if I can help it. I don't stand near windows after dark, and I will never, ever visit another barn as long as I live. Story 7. I've been hesitating to write this down for weeks now. I'm not even sure why I'm doing it, except that I can't stop thinking about it, and maybe putting it into words will help me process what happened. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or demons or any supernatural stuff. I'm 32 years old, I consider myself pretty rational, and I've always been an atheist. But what happened to me last month in my grandmother's basement in Seabrook has shaken everything I thought I knew. My fiancé Marcus and I drove up to my grandmother's place in Maine for the weekend. We'd been planning to visit for ages. She's getting older, and I wanted to spend some quality time with her. Her house is this old colonial that's been in our family for generations. It sits about half a mile from the coast, and you can hear the waves if the wind is blowing in the right direction. The first night was totally normal. We had dinner, caught up, played some cards. My grandmother insisted we take the basement guest room because it has its own bathroom and is more private. I didn't think anything of it. The basement is finished. It's not like some creepy dirt floor cellar or anything. It has proper walls, carpeting, a queen bed, and a small attached bathroom. Nothing out of the ordinary. We went to bed around 11 that night. Marcus fell asleep almost immediately, like he always does. I read for a bit and then drifted off sometime around midnight. I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning. I remember checking my phone when it happened. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The basement was completely dark, no windows, so no moonlight or street lights coming in, the kind of darkness where you can't even see your hand in front of your face. I lay there for a few moments, listening to Marcus breathing next to me. He was out cold, snoring lightly. Then I started to notice this humming. It wasn't coming from anywhere in the room. It was inside my ears, like when you've been at a loud concert and your ears ring afterward, but different, more rhythmic, almost musical, but not quite. I remember thinking it was weird, but not scary yet. Then the strangest sensation washed over me, this wave of complete relaxation. My body felt heavy in a pleasant way, like being wrapped in a weighted blanket. My limbs felt warm and tingly. It was actually kind of nice, like the feeling you get right before falling asleep, but I was definitely awake. My eyes were wide open, staring into the darkness. That's when things started getting truly bizarre. Even though the room was pitch black, I began seeing visions, I guess you'd call them. Like my eyes were closed and I was dreaming. Except my eyes were definitely open. I could feel them open, blinking occasionally, but what I was seeing wasn't the dark bedroom around me. I was seeing other rooms in the house. First the kitchen, then the living room, then my grandmother's bedroom upstairs. Each room would appear in perfect detail. I could see the furniture, the wallpaper, the little decorations my grandmother keeps everywhere. But in each room there was something that didn't belong, a figure. It was human-shaped, but fuzzy around the edges, pale, almost glowing, but not bright enough to illuminate anything around it, just standing there, always in the center of each room I saw. At first, these visions didn't scare me. I was still in that weird, euphoric state, feeling disconnected from my body in a pleasant way. I remember thinking, oh, this is interesting, like I was watching a movie. But then, without warning, everything changed. The humming in my ears suddenly got louder, more discordant. The pleasant floating sensation vanished, replaced by what I can only describe as sheer terror. My heart started racing so fast I thought it might burst, and the pressure, oh God, the pressure in my head. It felt like my brain was being physically squeezed, compressed from all sides. It was the most intense pain I've ever felt, like something was trying to crush my thoughts out of existence. I tried to scream, to reach for Marcus, to do anything, but I couldn't move a single muscle, not even my pinky finger, not even my eyelids. I was completely paralyzed. I've had sleep paralysis a couple of times before in my life, that terrifying feeling of being awake but unable to move, but this was different. During sleep paralysis, I always knew what was happening. This felt deliberate, like something was holding me down. The room visions continued, flashing faster and faster. The fuzzy figure in each room started to move closer to the viewpoint, getting larger in my field of vision. I could feel tears running down my face, but I couldn't wipe them away. I couldn't even turn my head. The pressure in my brain intensified until I thought my skull would crack open. Then the visions stopped abruptly, and I was back staring into the darkness of the basement. But the paralysis continued. I was trapped in my own body, unable to move or speak, silently screaming inside my head. I don't know how long I fought against it. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. I focused every ounce of my being on trying to move my fingers, then my hand, then my arm. I was mentally screaming at my body to respond. When I finally broke free, it was like a rubber band snapping. Suddenly, I could move again, but my entire body started shaking uncontrollably. Not little tremors, full body convulsions. My teeth were chattering so hard I was afraid they'd break. I was gasping for air like I'd been underwater for too long. I reached over and shook Marcus awake. He sat up immediately, alarmed by the state I was in. "We need to go upstairs," I managed to say through my chattering teeth. "Now please, we need to leave this room." Marcus started asking questions, but I just kept repeating that we needed to leave. I couldn't explain what had happened. I was terrified that if I tried to put it into words while still in that basement, it might somehow trigger it again. All I knew was that we had to get out of there. We grabbed our phones and went upstairs to the living room. Marcus wrapped me in a blanket while I continued to shake. My head was still pounding, and I felt drained, like something had siphoned away my energy. It took nearly an hour for the shaking to subside enough for me to speak normally. I tried explaining what happened to Marcus, but I could tell he thought I'd had a nightmare or maybe a particularly bad episode of sleep paralysis. I've had sleep paralysis before, though, and this was fundamentally different. During sleep paralysis, you hallucinate things in the room you're in. You don't see detailed visions of other rooms in the house. And the pressure in my head, that wasn't part of any sleep paralysis I've ever experienced or read about. We ended up spending the rest of the night on the living room couches. I couldn't bear the thought of going back down to that basement. When morning came, I felt slightly better physically, but mentally, I was still reeling. The memory of that crushing sensation in my brain wouldn't leave me. My grandmother was concerned when she found us sleeping in the living room. I made up some excuse about the basement being too stuffy. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what happened. She's lived in that house for over 40 years, and I didn't want to frighten her. The rest of our visit, we slept in the upstairs guest room. Nothing strange happened there, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I walked past the basement door, my heart would race and my palms would sweat. I couldn't even bring myself to go down there to get our things. Marcus had to do it. It's been 3 weeks since we came home, and I still can't explain what happened. I've researched sleep disorders, hallucinations, seizures. Nothing matches exactly what I experienced. I don't have any history of schizophrenia. I wasn't on any medications. I hadn't been drinking. I was completely sober and, until that moment, completely sane. What disturbs me most is how it started, with that pleasant sensation, that almost euphoric state. It's like whatever it was tried to lure me in, make me receptive before the attack began. That suggests intent, intelligence, something that knew how to manipulate my mind. I keep coming back to those room visions and the pale figure standing in each one. Was it showing me that it was throughout the house, that it could be anywhere, or was it trying to show me something else entirely that I couldn't understand? I've always prided myself on being rational, on finding logical explanations for things, but I can't find one for this. The memory of that crushing pressure in my head still wakes me up some nights. Sometimes I still get phantom sensations of it, like echoes of what happened. The doctors found nothing wrong with me physically, no signs of a seizure or stroke or anything that could explain it. I called my grandmother last week, trying to casually ask if anyone had ever mentioned anything strange about the basement. She said no, but then hesitated and added that her late husband, my grandfather, refused to sleep down there. He never explained why, just said he didn't like the feeling of it. He died when I was 5, so I never got to ask him about it. I don't know what happened to me in that basement. I don't know if it was something supernatural or some bizarre neurological event. All I know is that something tried to take control of my mind that night, starting with pleasure and ending with pain. And the thought that keeps me up at night is wondering, if I hadn't broken free when I did, what would have happened next? I'm not going back to that house. I can't. And to this day, I still can't walk into any basement without feeling that humming start up in my ears, without feeling the phantom pressure beginning to build inside my skull. Whatever was in that basement, I think a part of it is still with me, waiting. Story 8. I never believed in ghosts. I'm the kind of person who looks for logical explanations, who believes science can explain everything. But what happened with my daughter Lily last month has completely rattled me, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. We live in a small 2-story house in Portland that we bought about 2 years ago. Nothing spectacular, just a modest place with 3 bedrooms, a cozy living room, and a space we converted into a playroom for Lily. She's 3, curious, imaginative, and full of energy like most kids her age. That day started like any other Tuesday. My husband had left for work around 7 in the morning, and I was in the kitchen preparing lunch while Lily played in her playroom. I always keep the baby monitor on even though she's not a baby anymore. It's just become a habit, and honestly, it gives me peace of mind to hear her while I'm in another room. I was chopping vegetables for a soup when I heard Lily's voice through the monitor. Nothing unusual about that. She often talks to her toys or makes up little stories, but this time something felt different. She wasn't just playing, she was having what sounded like an actual conversation. "Yes, I like drawing," I heard her say clearly. Then she giggled and continued, "This is my house. Do you like it?" I paused, knife in hand. Kids with imaginary friends aren't uncommon, but Lily had never mentioned having one before. I listened more carefully. "I can show you my dolls," she said, followed by a pause as if she was listening to someone respond. Then came the words that made my skin tingle. "Okay, Grandma, I'll get them." Grandma. My mother was alive and well, living in Seattle. She had visited just 2 weeks ago, and Lily called her Nana, not Grandma. My husband's mother, who Lily called Grammy, lived in California, both very much alive. I set down the knife and moved closer to the monitor, listening intently. Lily continued chatting happily. "This one is called Rosie. Do you like her dress? It's pretty like yours." Something about the way she said it made me uneasy. I decided to check on her, walking quietly down the hallway to the playroom. The door was partially open and I peered through the gap. Lily sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by her toys. She was looking up at an empty corner of the room, smiling and nodding as if someone was standing there talking to her. My heart started beating faster. "Lily?" I pushed the door open further. "Who are you talking to, sweetheart?" She turned to me, her face bright and innocent. "Grandma," she replied simply, pointing to the empty corner. A chill ran through me. "What grandma?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The grandma in the pretty red dress," Lily said, turning back to the corner. "She has white lace here." She touched her own neck. In that moment, I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. My hands started trembling, and I had to lean against the doorframe to steady myself. You see, my grandmother, Lily's great-grandmother, had died 3 years before Lily was born. I had only a few photos of her, kept in an old album in the attic. She wasn't someone we talked about regularly. And in the most memorable photo I had of her, taken at her 60th birthday, she wore a distinctive long red dress with white lace at the neckline. I hadn't looked at those photos in years. They certainly weren't displayed anywhere in our house, and I had never described that dress to Lily. "What else does Grandma look like?" I asked, my mouth dry. Lily looked up thoughtfully. "She has white hair in a bun and glasses, and she smells like flowers." My grandmother had indeed worn her silver hair in a tight bun, had wire-rimmed glasses, and always wore rose perfume. "What is Grandma saying to you?" I managed to ask. "She says she loves me and that I draw pretty pictures," Lily replied happily. "She's showing me how to draw a cat. Look." She held up a piece of paper with a cat drawing that was surprisingly good for a 3-year-old. I felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. My grandmother had been an art teacher. "Has Grandma visited you before?" I asked. Lily nodded. "She comes sometimes when I'm playing. She tells me stories about when you were little." My hands were shaking so badly that I had to clasp them together. "What stories, Lily?" "About the treehouse and the time you fell and hurt your knee, and about the kitten you found in the rain." I had indeed fallen from my grandparents' treehouse when I was 7, scraping my knee badly, and I had found a stray kitten during a rainstorm when I was 9. My grandmother had helped me nurse it back to health. These were stories I hadn't shared with Lily. Some of them I'd nearly forgotten myself. I forced myself to step into the room, half expecting to feel a presence or a cold spot in that corner. But there was nothing. Just the normal, slightly stuffy air of the playroom. "Is Grandma still here?" I asked. Lily looked at the corner again and shook her head. "She had to go. She said she'll come back later." I sat down on the floor next to Lily, pulling her into my lap. She felt solid and warm, a stark contrast to the cold fear creeping up my spine. "Lily, how did you know Grandma wears a red dress with white lace?" She looked at me with confusion. "Because she's wearing it, Mommy. She always wears it when she visits." "And when did she first visit you?" Lily shrugged. "I don't know. A long time ago." In a 3-year-old's world, that could mean last week or last month. I tried to approach this rationally. Perhaps she had somehow found the photo album in the attic, but we kept it in a sealed box on a high shelf that even I needed a stepladder to reach. And even if she had somehow seen a photo, how would she know about the treehouse, the kitten, or my grandmother's profession? After lunch, I put Lily down for her nap and went straight to the attic. The box with the photo albums was exactly where I'd left it, dusty and undisturbed. I brought it down and opened it with trembling hands. There it was, the photo of my grandmother in her red dress. I hadn't looked at it in years, but it matched Lily's description perfectly. Long red dress, white lace collar, silver hair in a bun, wire-rimmed glasses. I flipped through more photos and found ones of the treehouse, and even one of me holding the kitten we'd rescued. I sat there on the attic floor, surrounded by these fragments of the past, trying to make sense of what was happening. I've always been a skeptic, always believed there was a logical explanation for everything. But in that moment, I couldn't find one. When Lily woke up from her nap, I casually asked her more about Grandma. She spoke about her as if it was the most natural thing in the world. How Grandma sometimes sat on the edge of her bed before she fell asleep, how she helped her build block towers, how she sang old songs Lily didn't know the words to. "Does Grandma ever tell you her name?" I asked. "Rose," Lily said without hesitation, "like the flowers. My grandmother's name was Rosalind, but everyone called her Rose." That evening when my husband came home, I told him everything while Lily was occupied with her dinner. He's even more skeptical than I am, and I expected him to come up with some rational explanation. Instead, he turned pale. Last week, he said slowly, I heard Lily talking to someone upstairs when you were out shopping. I thought she was just playing, but when I asked who she was talking to, she said, the lady with the glasses. I didn't think anything of it then. We agreed to observe but not interfere. We didn't want to frighten Lily or make her feel like she was doing something wrong, but privately, we were both unnerved. Over the next few days, I started noticing more things. Lily would sometimes stop in the middle of playing and look up, smiling at nothing. She would move aside as if making room for someone to sit next to her. Once I found her in the corner of her room whispering, "I won't tell, I promise," before dissolving into giggles. A week after the first incident, I was tucking Lily into bed when she said something that made my blood run cold. "Mommy," Grandma says to tell you about the box under the big tree. My grandmother's house had a massive oak tree in the backyard. When I was a child, she told me she had buried a special box under it, but she died before ever showing me what was in it or exactly where it was buried. It was something only she and I knew about, a secret between us that I had long forgotten until that moment. "What box, Lily?" I whispered. "The box with the letters and the little gold heart. She says you should dig it up." I had to grip the bed frame to steady myself. I had never told anyone about that conversation with my grandmother, not even my husband. The next day, I called my uncle who now owned my grandparents' house. I made up a story about remembering a time capsule my grandmother and I had buried, asking if I could come look for it. He was happy to oblige. That weekend, my husband stayed with Lily while I drove the 2 hours to my grandparents' old house. My uncle helped me search under the massive oak tree with a metal detector. After about an hour, we found something, a small metal box, rusted but intact, buried about 2 feet deep. With shaking hands, I opened it. Inside were letters my grandfather had written to my grandmother during the war, a small gold heart-shaped locket with their photos inside, and a note in my grandmother's handwriting addressed to me, "For when you're ready to understand love that transcends time." I sat there in the dirt, holding these treasures from the past, trying to reconcile them with my daughter's impossible knowledge. How could Lily have known about this box? How could she describe my grandmother's appearance so accurately? How could she know stories that happened decades before she was born? When I returned home and showed Lily the locket, she smiled and said, "That's the one Grandma wears sometimes. She says it has her heart inside." It's been a month now, and Lily still occasionally talks to Grandma. She's drawn pictures of her, always in the red dress, always with the white lace collar. Recently, she told me that Grandma was teaching her a song on the piano, a song my grandmother used to play for me when I was little. The thing is, we don't have a piano, but Lily hummed the tune perfectly, a lullaby my grandmother had composed herself. I still don't know what to believe. Part of me wants to find a rational explanation. Perhaps Lily is incredibly intuitive. Perhaps she overheard conversations I don't remember having. But another part of me has been forced to consider that maybe, just maybe, there are connections between people that transcend what we can explain. Whenever Lily sees that photo of my grandmother in the red dress, she smiles with recognition as if greeting an old friend. "That's my grandma," she says confidently. And sometimes, in quiet moments, I swear I catch a whiff of rose perfume or feel a gentle presence in the room with us. I still don't believe in ghosts, but whatever is happening between my daughter and my grandmother, it doesn't feel frightening anymore. It feels like love finding a way to bridge the gap between worlds, between those who are here and those who have gone before. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself speaking softly to the empty corners of our home, just in case my grandmother is listening. Thank you for loving her. Thank you for finding a way back to us. Story 9. I've been hesitating to write this for months now. Every time I start typing, I delete it all, thinking people will just say I'm making it up or that I'm crazy. But I can't keep this bottled up anymore, and maybe someone out there has gone through something similar and can help me understand what's happening. So back in early 2019, my grandma got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. It was really aggressive, and the doctors basically told us she had months, not years. My mom didn't want her spending her final days in some hospital or nursing home, so we decided she would move in with us. Our house isn't huge, just a 3-bedroom ranch-style home in a quiet neighborhood. My parents have the master bedroom, my younger sister has her room, and I had mine. Well, until Grandma needed it. I didn't complain when my mom asked me to give up my room. How could I? It was my grandma, and she was dying. My room was the logical choice since it was closest to the bathroom and had enough space for the hospital bed and medical equipment. So I moved my stuff into the basement and set up a makeshift bedroom down there. It wasn't ideal, kinda damp and cold, but it was temporary, right? Grandma moved in around March 2019, and honestly, those months were rough. Watching someone you love deteriorate day by day is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. The house always smelled like medicine and those sanitizing wipes the hospice nurse used. My room stopped being my room and became this medical space. Mom converted it completely. Hospital bed, bedside commode, all those machines that beeped and hummed constantly. By November, Grandma was basically bedridden. She slept most of the time, and when she was awake, she was often confused. She'd call out for her husband, my grandpa who passed away years ago, or mistake my mom for her sister. The hospice people said that was normal, part of the process. Then in December 2019, just before Christmas, she passed away. It was peaceful, at least that's what the hospice nurse told us. I wasn't there when it happened. I was at school, and my mom called me sobbing. By the time I got home, they had already taken her body away. That's when things started getting weird. My mom kept the door to my old room closed after Grandma died. She said it was because of the smell of death that lingered, even after we aired it out and cleaned everything. I thought she was being dramatic, but the first time I walked in there after Grandma passed, I understood what she meant. It wasn't just the medical smell anymore, there was something else, something heavier. For weeks, the door stayed shut. We were planning to deep clean the room after the holidays, repaint it, and then I could move back in. But in January, before we had a chance to do any of that, the first incident happened. I was home alone one afternoon. My parents were at work, and my sister was at a friend's house. I decided to take a shower since no one was around to rush me for using all the hot water. Our dog Baxter was lounging in the hallway as I headed to the bathroom. He's a lazy golden retriever, 10 years old and usually super chill. About halfway through my shower, Baxter started barking like crazy. Not his normal someone's at the door bark, but this frantic, panicked sound I'd never heard from him before. I figured maybe a delivery person had shown up, so I rinsed off quickly and wrapped a towel around myself. When I stepped into the hallway, I froze. The door to my old room, Grandma's room, was wide open. Not just cracked open, but fully open, like someone had deliberately swung it all the way. Baxter was standing in the doorway, barking into the empty room. His fur was standing up along his spine, and he looked terrified. "Baxter, come here," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. He wouldn't move, just kept barking at nothing. I know what you're thinking. Maybe the door wasn't closed properly, maybe a draft pushed it open, but that's not possible. That door had a weird latch that stuck, and you had to really pull it shut. There's no way it could open on its own, especially not that wide. I grabbed Baxter's collar and dragged him away from the doorway. Then, with my heart pounding, I peeked inside the room. It was empty, just as we'd left it. Hospital bed gone, but Grandma's personal items still in boxes in the corner. The window was closed and locked. No one could have gotten in. With shaking hands, I pulled the door shut and made sure the latch caught. Then I got dressed as fast as I could and sat in the living room with Baxter until my mom got home from work. When she pulled in the driveway, I was about to run out and tell her what happened, but she came rushing in before I had the chance. Her face was pale. "Do you smell that?" she asked immediately. I shook my head, confused. "Death," she said, her voice barely a whisper. I could smell it from the driveway. It's like the day Grandma died. I told her about the door opening and Baxter's reaction. She didn't say much, just nodded and went to check the room. The smell was apparently gone by then. but my mom was visibly shaken. That night, we were sitting on the couch watching TV when we both heard it. Clear as day, a voice called out, "Marianne." That was my mom's name. We looked at each other, eyes wide. The voice was unmistakable. It was Grandma's. "Did you—" My mom started. I nodded before she could finish. "I heard it too. We searched the whole house. Nothing. My sister was asleep in her room and swore she hadn't said anything. Baxter was acting strange again, staring at the hallway leading to my old room. After that night, things escalated. We'd hear footsteps when no one was walking around. The TV would turn on by itself. Once, all the framed photos of Grandma fell off the wall simultaneously. My mom decided we needed to properly cleanse the room. In February, we emptied it completely, repainted the walls, got new carpet installed, sage was burned. My mom's idea, not mine. By March 2020, the room looked nothing like it had when Grandma was in it. And then COVID hit and quarantine started. Since I was doing online school, I needed a better space than the basement. The logical solution was to move back into my old room. Mom was hesitant, but it had been months, and the room looked brand new. I convinced her I'd be fine. The first few nights were okay. I was just happy to be out of the damp basement. But then I started noticing things. Small things at first. I'd wake up at 3:13 exactly, night after night, without an alarm, without any noise to disturb me. Just eyes open, suddenly awake at exactly the same time. I checked later. 3:13 in the morning was the time listed on Grandma's death certificate. Then I started feeling watched. Not all the time. Just when I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. That prickling sensation on the back of your neck, like someone's eyes are boring into you. I'd roll over, check every corner of the room, but of course, no one was there. The worst part was when I realized I was sleeping in the exact spot where the hospital bed had been positioned, where Grandma had taken her last breath. That's when the physical symptoms started. I'd be lying there almost asleep when suddenly my heart would start racing for no reason. Not like anxiety, I know what that feels like, but like someone had injected adrenaline directly into my chest. My breath would catch in my throat, and I'd feel this crushing pressure, like I couldn't pull in enough air. One particular night in April stands out. I was drifting off when the temperature in the room dropped dramatically. I could see my breath in the air, even though it was spring and the heat was on. My skin erupted in goosebumps, and that feeling of being watched intensified until I could barely stand it. Then came the weight. It started at my feet, this heavy pressure like someone was sitting on the end of my bed. Slowly it moved up my body until it felt like something was lying on top of me, pressing me into the mattress. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. All I could do was lie there, paralyzed, as tears streamed down my face. In my head, I was begging, "Grandma, please stop. You're scaring me." And just like that, the weight vanished. The room warmed up. I could breathe again. The next morning, I found a photo of me and Grandma that had been in a drawer on my nightstand. I hadn't put it there. It was face up, perfectly centered, like someone had deliberately placed it for me to find. I didn't tell my mom about that night. She was already stressed with work and everything else going on with the pandemic, but I think she suspected something was wrong. She'd ask me if I was sleeping okay, if I felt comfortable in my room. I'd lie and say everything was fine, but it wasn't fine. It still isn't. Just last week, I woke up to find all my dresser drawers open exactly 1 inch. Each drawer, the exact same amount. The precision of it was what terrified me the most. That's not something that happens naturally. Sometimes I hear humming, the same lullaby Grandma used to sing to me when I was little. It's always faint, always just at the edge of hearing. When I turn my music off to listen better, it stops. My mom finally admitted a few days ago that she experiences things too. She'll be doing dishes and suddenly smell Grandma's perfume. She'll walk past my room and hear what sounds like labored breathing coming from inside, even when I'm not home. We've talked about moving, but with the housing market and the pandemic, it's just not feasible right now. So we're stuck here with whatever part of Grandma decided to stay behind. I don't think she means to scare us. I think she's just here, unable or unwilling to move on. Maybe she's trying to communicate something, or maybe she's just not ready to leave the family she loved. But knowing that doesn't make it any easier to sleep at night in the spot where she died, feeling her presence all around me. I've started sleeping on the couch more nights than not. I don't know if anyone else has experienced something like this, or if there's anything I can do to help her move on. All I know is that my grandma died in my bedroom in December 2019, and I don't think she ever left. Story 10. I've been holding this inside for almost 20 years. I never told anyone outside my family because I know how it sounds, but I swear on everything I hold dear that what I'm about to share is true, even though I was only 3 years old when it happened. My name is Connor. When I was 3, my older brother Michael died from lymphoma. He was 6. Even though I was so young, I remember bits and pieces about him. How he would let me play with his toy cars, the way he'd sneak me cookies when Mom wasn't looking, and how he'd hold my hand when we crossed the street to the playground. Despite the age difference, we were inseparable. I followed him everywhere. After Michael died, our family fell apart. Dad started drinking heavily. He'd come home late, sometimes not even making it to the couch before passing out on the floor. Mom had to work 2 jobs to keep up with the medical bills that kept coming even after Michael was gone. Most days I was left alone in our small house, with a neighbor checking in occasionally. Our house was a modest 2-story with 3 bedrooms upstairs. Michael and I had shared a room before he got sick, and after he passed, Mom couldn't bring herself to change anything. His bed remained across from mine, his dinosaur posters still on the walls, his clothes still in the drawers. Sometimes I would take out his favorite t-shirt, the blue one with a rocket ship on it, and hold it. I spent most of my time in that bedroom, playing with toys by myself. I remember feeling confused and lonely. At 3, I couldn't fully understand why my brother was gone or why my parents weren't around anymore. All I knew was that everything had changed, and no one seemed to have time to explain why. It was about 3 months after Michael's funeral when the old man first appeared. I was playing with blocks on the floor of our bedroom when I felt someone watching me. I looked up and saw an elderly man standing in the doorway. He was wearing faded blue overalls over a plaid shirt, work boots caked with dried mud, and a worn baseball cap. His face was deeply lined, but his eyes were kind. "Hello there, little man," he said with a warm smile. I wasn't afraid. Something about him felt familiar and safe, even though I'd never seen him before. "Want to build something together?" he asked, lowering himself to the floor with a slight groan. That's when I noticed his right hand was missing its thumb. The skin was smooth there, with a faded scar running across where the thumb should have been. We spent what felt like hours building block towers. He was patient, helping me when my towers toppled over, praising me when I stacked them high. When Mom called up to ask who I was talking to, I simply said, "My friend." I heard her sigh with what sounded like relief, probably thinking I'd created an imaginary friend to cope with everything. The old man visited almost every day after that. Sometimes we'd play with my toys. Other times he'd sit in the rocking chair by the window and tell me stories about growing up on a farm, about animals and harvests and storms that blew roofs off barns. He spoke about family picnics by a creek and fishing trips at dawn. I didn't understand all his words, but his voice was soothing, like a lullaby. One day, I asked him why he didn't have a thumb. "Got it caught in a threshing machine when I was a young fella," he said, not seeming bothered by the question. "Wasn't paying attention like I should have been. That's why you always got to be careful with dangerous things." I remember trying to imagine what a threshing machine was, picturing some sort of monster that ate thumbs. Sometimes I'd fall asleep while he was telling stories, and when I woke up, he'd be gone. I never saw him come or go. He was just there sometimes, and other times he wasn't. Mom would occasionally stand at the bottom of the stairs and listen to me chattering away. Once she came up and asked who I was talking to. I told her, "The farmer man with no thumb." She smiled sadly and ruffled my hair, assuming it was just childhood imagination. About 6 weeks after the old man's first visit, my grandmother came to stay with us for a few days. She lived several states away and hadn't been able to visit since the funeral. I remember her hugging me tightly when she arrived, smelling like lavender and cinnamon. That afternoon, I was upstairs playing with the old man. He was showing me how to make a paper airplane, folding the paper carefully with his four-fingered hand. I could hear Grandma and Mom talking downstairs, their voices a comforting murmur. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs, and Grandma appeared in the doorway. The old man was sitting right beside me on the floor, but Grandma looked around the room as if she didn't see him. "Who were you talking to, sweetie?" she asked, smiling. "My friend," I said, pointing right at him. "The farmer with no thumb." The smile froze on Grandma's face. She stared at the empty space, to her eyes, where I was pointing. Then she turned very pale and gripped the door frame. "Connor, honey, can you go downstairs for a minute? I think your mom made some lemonade," she said, her voice shaky. I didn't want to leave my friend, but he nodded at me. "Go on, son. I'll be here when you get back." I went downstairs and found Mom in the kitchen. Grandma came down a few minutes later, and I could tell she'd been crying. They sent me out to the backyard to play, but I snuck back to the bottom of the stairs and listened. "He described Dad perfectly, Ellen," Grandma was saying, her voice trembling. "Right down to the missing thumb. How could he possibly know that? Connor never met him." "Maybe he saw a photograph," Mom suggested, but she sounded uncertain. "There aren't any pictures of Dad without his thumb in this house. You know how he hated having his picture taken after the accident. And Connor described his overalls, his cap, even the way he tells stories. It's exactly how Dad used to sit with you girls when you were little." I didn't understand what they were talking about, but I knew it had something to do with my friend. I crept back upstairs and found him still sitting by the window, watching birds in the tree outside. "Your grandma seems nice," he said when I came in. "She's making Mom cry," I said. He smiled sadly. "Sometimes grown-ups cry even when nothing's really wrong. They just need to let feelings out sometimes." That evening, after dinner, Grandma sat with me in my room. She brought an old photo album I'd never seen before. She opened it to a picture of a younger version of herself, standing next to a man in overalls. "Connor, is this your friend?" she asked carefully, pointing to the man. I nodded excitedly. "That's him, but where's his hand?" In the photo, both of his hands were visible, thumbs intact. Grandma's eyes filled with tears. This was taken before the accident. She turned several pages to a family picnic photo. The same man was there, but now his right hand was partially hidden behind someone else's shoulder. This was the last picture we have of him. He didn't like people taking pictures of his hand after he lost his thumb. "Who is he?" I asked, touching the photo. "This is your grandfather, my daddy," Grandma said softly. "But he died 3 years before you were born." I remember feeling confused but not scared. He comes to play with me. He tells me stories about the farm. Grandma pulled me into a tight hug, her tears dampening my hair. "Your grandfather was the kindest man I ever knew. He loved children more than anything. He would have adored you and Michael." That night, I heard the adults talking for hours downstairs. Dad came home earlier than usual, and for once he wasn't stumbling. I caught fragments of their conversation, words like impossible and spirit and comfort. The next morning, Grandma came to my room while I was playing. The old man, my grandfather, wasn't there. "Connor," she said, sitting on my bed, "I want you to know it's okay that your grandfather visits you. Some people might not understand, but in our family we've always been a bit special that way." She told me that when she was a little girl, she used to see her grandmother who had passed away. Sometimes, when people love us very much, they find ways to look after us, even after they've gone to heaven. "Like Michael?" I asked. I had been wondering why my brother never came back to visit me. Grandma wiped away a tear. "Michael is watching over you too, sweetie, but he was very sick for a long time. Sometimes souls need to rest before they can come back to visit, and sometimes they watch over us in different ways." My grandfather continued to visit for several more months. As time passed, Dad started drinking less. He and Mom began talking again. Things weren't perfect, but they were better. Then one day my grandfather came to visit while I was coloring. He sat in the rocking chair, watching me with a peaceful smile. "You're doing real good, Connor," he said. "Your family's coming back together now." "Are you leaving?" I asked, somehow knowing this visit was different. He nodded slowly. "I reckon it's about that time. But I want you to know something important." He leaned forward in the chair. "I didn't just come for you, I came for your mama and daddy too. Sometimes grown-ups need looking after just as much as little ones." I remember feeling sad but understanding in that simple way children sometimes do. He stood up and put his hand, the one with the missing thumb, gently on my head. "You tell your grandma that her daddy loves her very much, and remember, just because you can't see someone doesn't mean they aren't there." That was the last time I saw him. I told Grandma his message the next time she visited, and she cried again, but she was smiling too. I'm 23 now. I've studied psychology in college, and I know all the rational explanations for what happened: grief, imagination, suggestion. But none of that explains how I, at 3 years old, could have described in perfect detail a man I'd never seen, right down to a missing thumb I couldn't have known about. All these years later, during hard times, I still sometimes feel a presence in the room with me. I never see anyone, but occasionally I'll catch a whiff of pipe tobacco, the same kind my grandmother later told me her father used to smoke, and I know I'm not alone. Sometimes love finds a way to bridge even the gap between life and death. I believe that with my whole heart. Story 11. I still get goosebumps when I think about that day. It's been almost 3 years, and I haven't told many people about it because, well, who would believe me? I've been lurking on this forum for months, reading other people's experiences, and I finally feel ready to share mine. My buddy Ben and I have always been the adventurous type. Growing up in the sticks near Bridgeville meant we had miles of backwoods to explore, and we'd spend most weekends hiking random trails and dirt roads just to see where they led. We're both in our early 20s now, but we've been doing this since we were teenagers. It was our thing. That particular Saturday in late October started like any other exploration day. The weather was perfect. Not too cold yet, but with that crisp fall smell in the air. We parked Ben's old Jeep at our usual spot where the paved road ends and just started walking, no particular destination in mind. We had our backpacks with some water, a few snacks, and Ben always brought his portable charger because his phone battery sucked. We'd been walking for maybe 2 hours, just bullshitting about work and girls and whatever else, when we came to a fork in the dirt road we'd never noticed before. There was this faded green road sign, the kind you'd see marking county roads, that read Ravenhill Cemetery Road. Ben and I looked at each other, and I could tell we were thinking the same thing. We'd explored this area dozens of times and never seen this sign before. "Dude, have we ever been down this way?" I asked him. "Don't think so. Want to check it out?" Ben replied, already heading down the path. I remember thinking the name was a bit ominous, but it was the middle of the day and we were bored, so why not? The path was overgrown but still walkable, with tall pines on either side creating this tunnel effect. After about 15 minutes of walking, the trees opened up to a small clearing where we found exactly what the sign had promised: a cemetery. It wasn't big, maybe 20 headstones at most, all from the same family, judging by the recurring last name, Ravenhill. The dates went back to the early 1800s, with the most recent being from the 1970s. The cemetery itself was surrounded by this rusted wrought iron fence that came up to about my chest. Nothing too creepy, just your typical old family cemetery that you find scattered throughout rural America. What caught our attention was that beyond the cemetery, the road continued into another line of trees, but it was blocked off with a chain-link rope strung between 2 posts. A weathered "No Trespassing" sign hung from the middle of the rope. Ben walked up to the rope and fingered the sign. "What do you think is back there?" I shrugged. "Probably just more woods, or maybe the old Ravenhill property." "Only one way to find out," he said, ducking under the rope. I hesitated for a second. I'm not usually one to ignore clear warning signs, but curiosity got the better of me, and I followed him. The path beyond the rope was much narrower and less maintained, with branches scraping our arms as we pushed through. That's when I first noticed something was off. It's hard to explain, but it was like someone had suddenly muted the world. The wind that had been rustling through the trees just stopped. The birds went quiet. Even the constant background buzz of insects disappeared. It was dead silent in a way that felt unnatural, oppressive even. "You hear that?" I whispered to Ben. "Hear what?" he asked. "Exactly. Nothing." Ben paused and cocked his head, listening. "Huh. Weird." I also noticed the temperature had dropped several degrees. I could see my breath now, even though it had been a mild day. The path bent around a thick stand of pines, and as we followed it, I realized the tree canopy above us had become so dense that it was almost like twilight down where we were walking, despite it being early afternoon. And then we saw them, tires. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, scattered throughout the forest as far as we could see. Car tires, truck tires, massive tractor tires, all in various states of decay. Some were stacked in piles, others half buried in the ground. Some hung from tree branches on ropes. It was like someone had been dumping tires here for decades. "What the actual fuck?" Ben muttered, stopping in his tracks. "It's like a tire graveyard," I said, feeling increasingly uneasy. We walked further into this bizarre collection. The silence was even more pronounced now, and the air had a strange, acrid smell, like burnt rubber mixed with something metallic. The path widened into another small clearing where the tires were arranged in a rough circle, almost like some kind of meeting place. That's when I saw it, and my blood turned to ice. Hanging from a low branch of a dead oak tree in the center of the clearing was a baby doll. Not a modern Barbie or anything, but one of those old-fashioned porcelain dolls with painted features. It was dangling by a rope tied around its neck, spinning slowly, even though there wasn't any wind. Its painted eyes seemed to follow us as we moved. "Ben," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "look at that." He followed my gaze and went stiff. "Jesus, that's fucked up." But what was beneath the doll was worse, much worse. Lying on the ground directly under the hanging doll was a dog, a medium-sized brown dog that looked like some kind of hound mix. At first I thought it was just sleeping, but then I noticed the blood, so much blood. Its belly had been sliced open and its insides were not inside anymore. They were arranged in a circle around it, meticulously placed. And the worst part, the blood looked fresh, wet. This hadn't happened days ago. This was recent, maybe even that morning. I felt the blood drain from my face and my stomach lurched. Ben actually turned and threw up into the bushes. When he straightened, his face was ashen. "We need to get the fuck out of here," he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Right now." I didn't argue. We turned and started walking quickly back the way we came, not running but moving with purpose. Neither of us spoke until we were back past the chain-link rope, through the cemetery, and a good distance down the original path. "What the fuck was that place?" Ben finally said, his voice shaky. "I don't know, man. Some kind of dumping ground, or maybe something else." I couldn't bring myself to say what I was thinking. That it felt ritualistic, like we'd stumbled onto something we weren't supposed to see. We made it back to the Jeep without incident and drove straight home. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hanging doll and the mutilated dog. We started calling it the Tire Cemetery between ourselves, a name that somehow made it seem less threatening, more like a bizarre landmark than a scene from a nightmare. For about a month, we didn't talk much about it. When we did our weekend explorations, we deliberately chose directions that took us away from that area. But as time passed, the memory lost some of its edge. We started to wonder if maybe we'd overreacted. Maybe it was just some illegal dumping site, and the dog had been killed by a predator. The doll was creepy for sure, but maybe just some teenage prank. So one Saturday in late November, we decided to go back. It sounds stupid now, but at the time it felt important to prove to ourselves that we weren't scared of some junkyard in the woods. We even joked about it on the drive over. Maybe we should bring some tires to add to the collection, Ben said, grinning. Or take some home as souvenirs, I replied. Could make a cool tire swing. I'm definitely gonna piss on at least one tire, mark my territory. We were all bravado as we parked and started down the now familiar path toward Ravenhill Cemetery Road. The day was colder than our previous visit, with a layer of frost covering the ground that crunched under our boots. The sun was bright, though, which made everything seem less threatening. We reached the turnoff and headed down the road toward the cemetery. Everything seemed normal. Birds chirping, leaves rustling, just a typical cold November day. We made it to the cemetery and paused to look at the headstones again, joking about how the Ravenhills probably wouldn't appreciate us trespassing on their tire collection. But as we approached the chain-link rope that marked the entrance to the tire cemetery, we saw something that hadn't been there before. A dog. A massive, muscular dog that looked like a mix between a cane corso and a pit bull, sitting directly in the middle of the path about 20 feet beyond the rope. It was just sitting there, perfectly still, watching us. Beside it on the ground was a metal dog bowl, empty. "Whoa," Ben said quietly. "That's a big-ass dog." The dog didn't bark or growl, it just stared at us with these eyes that I swear to God were orange, not brown, not amber, but a bright, unnatural orange that seemed to glow against its black coat. Despite its calm posture, there was something deeply unsettling about it. It felt like a warning. "Maybe someone lives back there," I suggested, though I didn't believe it. That place had been abandoned for decades, I was sure of it. "I don't like this," Ben said. "That dog is freaking me out." I felt it too. The dog wasn't acting aggressive, but the message was clear. Do not pass. Still, we'd come all this way, and my stupid pride kicked in. "We can just go around through the trees," I said. "It's probably just a stray that's made its home back there." Ben hesitated, then nodded. We ducked under the rope and started to move into the tree line to skirt around the dog. That's when the weirdest thing happened. Ben's phone, which was in his pocket, suddenly started blaring music at full volume. Both of us jumped, and Ben scrambled to pull it out. The song playing was Walk by Pantera. The problem? Ben didn't have that song on his phone. He'd never downloaded it, never added it to any playlist. "What the fuck?" he said, staring at his screen. "I didn't do this." I looked over his shoulder. The phone showed the song playing, but there was no music app open. It was just playing. And then I started actually listening to the lyrics. RESPECTWALKWHATDIDYOUSAY. It felt like a message, a warning to respect the boundary and walk away. Ben tried to turn it off, pressing buttons frantically, but the music continued. I looked back at the dog and my heart nearly stopped. It had stood up now, its massive frame even more imposing. Its orange eyes were locked directly on me, unblinking. I swear I could feel those eyes burning into my soul. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that if we continued, something terrible would happen. This wasn't just a stray dog. This was a guardian of some sort, and it was giving us one last chance to leave. "Ben," I said, grabbing his arm, "we need to go. Now." He must have felt it too, because he didn't argue. We turned and walked quickly back toward the rope, not running but moving with purpose. The music on Ben's phone stopped the moment we ducked back under the rope. When we looked back, the dog was sitting again, still watching us, still guarding the entrance to whatever lay beyond. We didn't say a word until we were back at the Jeep. Ben's hands were shaking as he started the engine. "Did that just happen?" he finally asked. "Yeah," I replied. "That definitely happened." We never went back to Ravenhill Cemetery Road or the Tire Cemetery. Some warnings you just don't ignore. I still don't know what was really back there or what would have happened if we'd continued past that dog. Sometimes I think about going back just to see if the dog is still there, but something tells me some mysteries are better left unexplored. To this day, Every time I see an abandoned tire on the side of the road, I get chills, and I've deleted every Pantera song from my playlists just to be safe. Story 12. I'm still shaking as I type this. I don't know if writing this down will help, but I need to tell someone what happened to me 3 nights ago. Maybe one of you has experienced something similar or can explain what the hell I went through. I've made the drive from Austin to Phoenix dozens of times over the years. My college buddies have an annual reunion, and this was supposed to be like any other trip. I left late, around 9 in the evening, figuring I'd drive through the night and catch up on sleep once I got there. I've always been comfortable with night driving, and I know that stretch of desert highway like the back of my hand. But something felt off from the moment I hit the New Mexico border. The radio kept cutting in and out with static, which wasn't normal for that area. The weather forecast mentioned a storm brewing, but the sky was just wrong. Not cloudy exactly, but like someone had dimmed all the stars. I can't explain it better than that. Around 2 in the morning, I realized I hadn't passed another car in over an hour. That's unusual even for that time of night. I was getting tired, and my eyes kept playing tricks on me. Shadows at the edge of my headlights that disappeared when I focused on them. I kept checking my rear view mirror because I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I knew there was a rest stop coming up soon, one of those 24-hour places with vending machines and bathrooms. I'd stopped there on every trip, usually to grab some terrible coffee to keep me going, but it never appeared. I checked my GPS, which showed I was exactly where I should be, but the familiar landmarks weren't matching up. At exactly 2:13, I remember looking at the clock. I saw a sign I'd never noticed before. Route 6, exit 1 mile. There's no Route 6 in that area. I've driven this stretch at least 20 times and I've never seen it. But I was exhausted, my gas tank was getting low, and I figured maybe they'd built a new road since my last trip. I took the exit, and immediately the air felt different, heavier somehow. The road narrowed, and the asphalt looked older, cracked in places with weeds growing through. My headlights caught a sign, Last Stop Cafe, 2 miles. Thank God. Coffee was exactly what I needed. The cafe appeared out of nowhere around a bend. It looked like something straight out of the 50s, all chrome and neon, with a flickering sign that buzzed and popped. The parking lot was empty except for an ancient pickup truck that looked like it hadn't moved in years. Everything about the place screamed, turn around, but I was desperate for caffeine and a bathroom break. I pulled in and parked right by the entrance. Through the windows, I could see the place was empty, except for someone behind the counter. The bell above the door jingled as I walked in, and the smell hit me immediately. Not the usual greasy diner smell, but something stale and metallic like old pennies. The woman behind the counter looked up slowly. I still can't shake the image of her face. She was pale, not just white, but a sickly gray white, like someone who hadn't seen the sun in years. Her eyes were deeply sunken, surrounded by dark circles, and when she smiled at me, her teeth looked too small for her mouth. "Coffee?" she asked before I could say anything. Her voice was raspy, like she'd been smoking for decades. "Yeah, thanks," I said, sliding onto a stool at the counter. I noticed the place didn't have any clocks, and my phone showed no service. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and flickered, casting weird shadows across the empty booths. She poured me a cup from a pot that didn't look like it had been on a burner. The coffee was lukewarm and smelled wrong, that same metallic smell that permeated the place. "Where you headed?" she asked, not making eye contact. "Phoenix," I said, not touching the coffee. "Just passing through. Actually, I'm a bit lost. This is Route 6. I don't remember it from previous trips." She stared at me for a long moment before answering. "Route 6 has always been here. You've just never noticed it before." Something about how she said it sent chills down my spine. I asked if I could use the bathroom, mainly to get away from her and collect my thoughts. "End of the hall," she said, pointing to a narrow corridor behind the counter. Last door. The hallway was much longer than it should have been based on the size of the building from outside. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper, with a pattern that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. The bathroom was at the very end, just a single unisex restroom with a flickering light. I locked the door behind me and splashed water on my face, trying to shake off the unease that had been building since I took that exit. The bathroom was grimy but normal enough until I looked in the mirror. In the reflection, there was a window on the wall behind me, a small square window with darkness beyond. But when I turned around, there was no window there, just a blank wall with peeling paint. I looked back at the mirror, and the window was still there in the reflection. As I stared, something moved past the phantom window. Just a shadow, but deliberate, like someone walking by. I froze, unable to look away from the mirror. Then came 3 distinct knocks on the bathroom door. I didn't answer. The knocks came again, harder this time. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Turn around." The voice was male, deep and raspy. Definitely not the woman from the counter. I backed up against the sink. "Who's there?" "Turn around," the voice repeated, lower this time, almost a growl. The doorknob started to turn, even though I'd locked it. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I shoved past the door as it was opening, glimpsing only a dark shape that wasn't fully human in its proportions. I ran down that endless hallway, which seemed even longer going back, and burst into the main cafe area. The counter was empty. No sign of the pale woman. The coffee cup I'd left was gone, with no indication anyone had been there. The lights were still on, but they were dimmer now, and the buzzing had grown louder. I ran to my car, fumbling with my keys. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I looked back at the cafe in my rearview mirror. The lights were going out one by one, and I swear the building itself was different, older, more decrepit than when I'd pulled in. I sped back toward the highway, the headlights barely cutting through a fog that hadn't been there before. When I reached the junction where I'd turned off, I was relieved to see the interstate signs. I merged back onto the highway, convinced I'd escaped whatever that place was. That's when things got truly terrifying. I drove for what felt like 20 minutes, the road stretching endlessly ahead. My GPS was still out, showing only a blank screen, but I figured I was heading in the right direction. Then I saw another sign, Route 6, exit 1 mile. It was impossible. I'd just left Route 6. I'd been driving away from it, but there was the sign, identical to the one I'd seen earlier. I kept driving, convinced it was just a similar exit with the same name, but the sick feeling in my stomach grew as I passed it and continued down the highway. After another 15 minutes of driving, the same sign appeared again. Route 6, exit 1 mile. I pulled over, breathing hard. I checked my gas gauge. It showed exactly the same level as when I'd left the cafe, like I hadn't traveled any distance at all. I looked at my watch, 2:13 a.m., the exact same time I'd first seen the Route 6 sign. I decided to keep driving, pushing my speed well above the limit. No cops were around, and at that point, I would have welcomed being pulled over, any confirmation that I wasn't alone on this road. The same sign appeared again and again. Each time I'd pass it, drive for exactly 15 minutes, and there it would be. Route 6. On my 5th time seeing the sign, my car started to sputter. The engine coughed and died just as I was approaching the exit. I coasted onto the off-ramp, unable to do anything else. My car rolled to a stop at the bottom of the ramp, and no amount of trying would get it started again. In the distance, I could see the neon lights of the last stop cafe flickering in the darkness, and something else, figures moving in the parking lot. They weren't walking toward me, they were just waiting. I sat in my car for hours, doors locked, too terrified to get out. As the night wore on, a fog rolled in, thick and unnatural, until I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. Occasionally, I'd hear footsteps circling my car, but whenever I looked, there was nothing there. Just before dawn, my car suddenly started on its own. The radio came on too, blaring static that gradually formed into words I couldn't quite make out. I threw the car into drive and floored it, not caring which direction I was headed as long as it was away from there. I drove for what felt like hours as the sun slowly rose. When I finally saw a normal exit with a gas station, I pulled off, nearly crying with relief. The attendant looked at me strangely when I asked where I was. Turns out I was still in New Mexico, but nearly 100 miles south of where I should have been, with no explanation for how I got there. I made it to Phoenix eventually, but I've been a mess ever since. I keep checking maps for Route 6, but it doesn't exist on any of them. The worst part? When I got to my hotel room and emptied my pockets, I found a receipt from the Last Stop Cafe. It's dated 1953. I don't know what happened to me out there. I don't know if I briefly slipped into some other reality or if there's something not right about that stretch of desert, but I'm never driving that road again. And if you're ever on that highway at night and see an exit for Route 6, keep driving, don't slow down, don't look back, because I'm not sure the route ever really lets you leave. Story 13. I've been driving trucks for over 18 years now, and I've seen some weird stuff out on the road. Wildlife crossing, drunk drivers, severe storms, all part of the job. But what happened to me last December on that New Mexico highway still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. I haven't told many people. My wife knows something happened, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her everything. I just can't explain it, and I'm worried about sounding crazy. It was December 3rd, around 2 in the morning. I was hauling a load from Bakersfield to Dallas, one of my regular routes. The weather forecast had mentioned possible snow, but nothing major. I'd been driving since noon the previous day, stopping only for a quick dinner at a truck stop in Arizona. I was tired, but alert enough to keep going for another couple hours before finding somewhere to rest. That stretch of highway through New Mexico is desolate as hell. No street lights, barely any traffic, just endless darkness broken up by my headlights. The radio was playing some late-night talk show, keeping me company. I remember the host was talking about some conspiracy theory about the government tracking truckers through our logbooks. Normally I'd find it amusing, but something about that night felt off from the start. The snow started falling around 1:30, light at first, then getting heavier. Not a blizzard, but enough that I slowed down to about 50. Visibility was getting worse by the minute. I hadn't passed another vehicle in almost an hour, and I was considering pulling over at the next rest area when I noticed taillights ahead of me. It was another semi, just sitting there on the shoulder, taillights flickering, not steady like they should be. At first I thought maybe they'd pulled over because of the weather, but as I got closer, something didn't feel right. The truck wasn't pulled completely off the road. It was at an awkward angle, like the driver had suddenly decided to stop without properly parking. I slowed down as I approached. The truck looked wrong. Even in the darkness and snow, I could tell it was old. Not just a few years old, but ancient. The kind of rig you'd see in a museum or maybe in some small-town trucking company that couldn't afford to update their fleet. The paint was peeling, revealing rust underneath. The model didn't look like anything I recognized from the past 20 years. What really caught my attention was the logo on the side, Caldwell and Sons Freight, in this faded red lettering. I've been in this industry a long time, know most of the companies, but I'd never heard of them before. I pulled alongside, thinking maybe they needed help. That's when I saw the driver slumped over the wheel. No movement. My first thought was that they'd fallen asleep, but something about the position didn't look right. It wasn't the relaxed posture of someone sleeping. It looked wrong. I should have called 911 right then. That would have been the smart thing to do, but my phone showed no service, not unusual in these parts, and I couldn't just leave someone who might need help, so I put on my hazards, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out into the cold. The snow was coming down harder now, big flakes swirling around me. The wind cut right through my jacket, but what struck me immediately was how quiet everything was. You know, that muffled silence that comes with heavy snowfall? This was different. This was like all sound had been sucked away. I couldn't even hear the rumble of my own truck's engine. As I approached the other truck, I noticed the windows weren't fogged up. In that temperature, with someone inside, they should have been cloudy from breath. They were perfectly clear. I shined my flashlight inside the cab, and that's when my stomach dropped. The man inside was... God, I still don't know how to describe it. He was thin, not just skinny, but emaciated. His skin was stretched tight over his bones like there was nothing in between. His eyes were sunken deep into his skull. He was wearing what looked like an old-style trucker uniform, the kind you'd see in photos from the 70s, brown with patches on the shoulders. I knocked on the window, but he didn't respond. That's when I tried the door. I expected it to be locked, but the handle lifted easily. The door creaked open, a long, drawn-out sound that seemed to echo across the empty highway. "Hey, buddy," I called out. "You okay in there?" No response. I reached in and gently shook his shoulder. His body was stiff but not cold like I expected. Instead, it felt room temperature. Not warm, not cold, just wrong. Then his head slowly turned toward me. I'll never forget that moment. It wasn't a smooth motion like a normal person. It was jerky, mechanical, like one of those animatronic figures at an old theme park. His eyes were cloudy, almost white, but they somehow found mine. His lips parted. They were cracked and dry, and when he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper, raspy like sandpaper on metal. "Help me." Just those 2 words. Then his head slumped forward again. I stumbled backward, nearly falling on the icy pavement. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Something was very wrong here. This wasn't just a sick driver or someone who'd fallen asleep. This was something else entirely. I turned to run back to my truck, planning to drive to wherever I could get cell service and call for help. That's when I saw the headlights in my side mirror, approaching fast from the direction I'd come from. Here's the thing. I hadn't seen another vehicle for over an hour before finding this truck. Now suddenly there were headlights bearing down on us. They were moving too fast for the conditions, had to be going at least 70 in heavy snow. I froze, watching as they got closer. They were bright, too bright, and seemed to be aimed directly at me. For a second I thought they were going to plow right into my truck, but at the last moment they swerved. The vehicle, another semi from what I could tell, roared past, horn blaring. It was so close I could feel the wind of its passage. Then it was gone. Disappeared into the night ahead, no taillights visible, like it had simply vanished. I ran back to my truck, fumbling with the door handle with shaking hands. Once inside, I locked the doors and sat there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. I looked back at the old truck, half expecting it to be gone too, but it was still there. The driver hadn't moved. That's when I made my decision. I started my engine, put it in gear, and got the hell out of there. I didn't stop for another 100 miles. Not until I reached a well-lit truck stop with other drivers around. I called 911 from there, reported what I'd seen, gave them the mile marker where I'd found the truck, described the vehicle and the driver's condition. The dispatcher took my information and said they'd send someone to check it out. 2 days later, after I'd reached Dallas and delivered my load, I got a call from a New Mexico state trooper. They'd found no trace of the truck I described. No vehicle abandoned on the shoulder, no sign that anything had been there at all. They asked if I was sure about the location, suggested maybe I'd been more tired than I realized. I know what I saw. That truck was there. That person was inside it. But how do you argue with someone telling you there's no evidence? I let it drop. A week later, curiosity got the better of me and I searched online for Caldwell and Sons Freight. There was only one result that seemed relevant, a small article from a local New Mexico paper dated 1974 about a trucking company that had gone out of business after one of their drivers disappeared on a route through New Mexico. The driver's name was Richard Caldwell, the son of the owner. His truck was never found. I've driven that same route several times since then, always during the day, always with a knot in my stomach. I've never seen that truck again. Never seen those strange headlights bearing down on me. But sometimes, when I'm driving at night and the snow starts to fall, I think I can hear a voice on the wind. Just 2 words, over and over, help me. I still don't know what I encountered that night. Was it a ghost? Some kind of echo of a tragedy from decades ago, or something else entirely, something wearing the skin of a long-dead trucker. I don't have answers. All I know is that whatever it wasn't natural, it wasn't human, and sometimes I wonder if those headlights that nearly ran me down are still out there, searching for someone else to find that truck in the night. Story 14. I've always considered myself a rational person. As a Spanish teacher at one of the oldest public schools in Puerto Rico, I've heard all the ghost stories from my colleagues over the years. Kids giggling in empty hallways, doors slamming shut on their own, chains rattling when nobody's around. Typical stuff people claim in a building that's been standing for over a century. I never paid much attention to any of it. Old buildings make noises. That's just how it is. Our school has its share of history, that's for sure. It was originally built to accommodate students with vision impairments and severe learning disabilities back when there weren't many specialized facilities. The building itself is beautiful in that early 20th century way, high ceilings, large windows, intricate moldings, but it's seen better days. Hurricane Maria did a number on the third floor, which has been sealed off completely. Other sections have been closed due to falling debris and black mold. We make do with what we have. I knew about the deaths, of course. Several children with severe conditions had passed away on school grounds over the decades. There was also the story of Mr. Vasquez, a math teacher who had a massive heart attack while writing equations on the chalkboard back in the 1970s. But these things happen in buildings that have stood for generations. It's sad, but it's life. For 6 years, I'd been perfectly comfortable staying late after school. I'd grade papers, prepare lessons, sometimes just enjoy the quiet. The custodial staff knew me well. Jose and Miguel usually finished their rounds around 6, and Doña Carmen would come in for the night shift until 10. They'd check on me, bring me coffee sometimes, tell me not to work too hard. I appreciated their company, but I was never afraid to be in the building alone. That changed last summer. I was working on a mural for our summer camp program. The theme was Puerto Rican folklore, and I had volunteered to paint the main piece in the cafeteria. The kids would add their handprints around it later. I needed a large garbage bag to cover the floor under my work area to avoid staining the tiles with paint. It was around 7:30 in the evening. Carmen had called in sick, so the night shift hadn't started yet. My assistant Mariana was helping me with the project, but she'd gone to her car to get some brushes she'd forgotten. I walked from the cafeteria through the main building looking for a maintenance closet. The hallways were dimly lit. We keep minimal lights on after hours to save on electricity. The building was quiet, except for the constant hum of the ancient air conditioning system that never quite managed to keep the humidity at bay. That's when I saw her. At the end of the main corridor, near the administrative offices, there was a woman sweeping the floor. She was tall and slender, with slick black hair pulled back tightly. She wore what looked like a gray uniform. I remember thinking it was strange because our custodial staff wore blue uniforms, not gray. I figured she must be new. "Disculpe," I called out, my voice echoing slightly in the empty hallway. "Do you have a garbage bag I could use?" She didn't answer or look up, just continued sweeping in slow, methodical motions. I started walking toward her, my footsteps loud against the tile floor. "I'm working on a project in the cafeteria," I explained as I got closer. "I just need something to protect the floor." The woman still didn't acknowledge me. When I was about 15 feet away, she turned and walked into what I knew was a cleaning closet. I followed, reaching the door just a few seconds after her. But when I got there, the door was locked. Not just closed, locked with a heavy padlock that had clearly been there for weeks, maybe months. The metal was tarnished, with a thin layer of dust on it. I stood there, confused, my hand frozen in midair where I'd been about to knock. "Isabella, you okay?" I turned to see Mariana walking toward me, carrying her bag of brushes. "Did you see that woman?" I asked, pointing to the closet door. Mariana's brow furrowed. "What woman?" "The custodian, the one who was just sweeping here." Mariana looked around, confused. "There's nobody here. I've been watching you from the end of the hall for the last minute or so. You were just standing there, staring at the closet. A chill ran down my spine so intensely that I physically shuddered. That's not possible. I saw her. She was right here, sweeping, and then she walked into this closet. Mariana looked concerned. Isa, this closet has been locked since before summer break started. Remember when the pipes burst and they had to close it off because of water damage? She was right. I remembered the incident from about a month earlier. The maintenance staff had moved all their supplies to the closet near the gym. But I saw her, I insisted, my voice growing quiet. She was right here. Something felt wrong then, deeply, fundamentally wrong. It was like the air had suddenly gotten thicker, harder to breathe. My skin felt like it was crawling, tiny pinpricks racing up and down my arms. My eyes started watering for no reason. Dios mío, Isa, you're white as a sheet. Mariana put her arm around me. Let's get you some water. It's probably the paint fumes from the cafeteria. I let her lead me away, but I couldn't stop looking back over my shoulder at that locked closet door. As we walked, I tried to recall the woman's face, but realized with mounting horror that I couldn't remember seeing her face at all. Had she even been holding a broom? The details that had seemed so clear moments before were now fuzzy, slipping away like water through my fingers. We returned to the cafeteria, but I couldn't focus on the mural anymore. My hands were shaking too badly to hold a brush. Mariana suggested we pack up for the night and continue tomorrow. I agreed, relieved at the prospect of leaving the building. As we gathered our supplies, the lights flickered briefly. Just once, but enough to make both of us freeze. Probably just the old wiring, Mariana said, but her voice lacked conviction. We hurried to finish packing, neither of us wanting to acknowledge the growing unease. When we were done, we practically ran to the parking lot, not even bothering to turn off all the lights in our haste. The next day, I casually asked Jose about any new custodial staff. He confirmed what I already suspected. They hadn't hired anyone new. When I described the woman I'd seen, he and Miguel exchanged looks. "Sounds like you met the broom lady," Miguel said, trying to keep his tone light, but I could hear the underlying seriousness. "The what?" I asked. Jose looked uncomfortable. "It's just a stupid story. Some of the staff say they've seen a woman sweeping the halls after hours, always in the same spot, near the admin offices." "How long has this been going on?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Miguel shrugged. "Years. Decades, maybe. My aunt worked here in the 80s, and she mentioned it once." "Do you know who she was?" My voice sounded strange, even to my own ears. "There are different stories," Jose said. "Some say she was a custodian who died here from a fall. Others think she might have been a teacher or administrator. I spent that day distracted, unable to focus on my summer classes. During lunch, I went to the school's small library and asked for access to the archives. The librarian, Mrs. Rosario, seemed surprised by my request, but helped me locate old yearbooks and staff records. I spent hours poring over dusty photographs and faded documents. Nothing stood out until I found a staff photo from 1953. In the back row, partially obscured by others, stood a tall woman with slick black hair pulled back. The caption listed her as E. Vega, custodial staff. Her face was blurry in the photograph, as if she had moved just as the camera flashed. I asked Mrs. Rosario if there was any information about an E. Vega in the employment records. She searched and eventually found a single entry. Elena Vega, employed September 1949, employment terminated February 1954. There was no reason listed for the termination. When I asked if there was any other information about her, Mrs. Rosario shook her head. Staff records from that era are incomplete. Many were damaged in the flood of '97. I left the library feeling more unsettled than before. That night I dreamed of long dark hallways and the soft swish-swish of a broom against tile floors. In the dream, I was trying to see the woman's face, but she always kept her back to me. The next day, my colleagues noticed my distraction. When I finally told them what had happened, their reactions were mixed. Some laughed it off, suggesting I was overworked or had imagined it. Others nodded knowingly. It was only a matter of time, said Mrs. Acosta, who had taught English at the school for 30 years. Everyone who stays here long enough has an experience. This building has too much history, too much pain soaked into the walls. I never believed in any of this stuff, I confessed. Neither did I, she replied, until I heard my name whispered in an empty classroom 5 years ago. Over the next few weeks, I found myself becoming hyper-aware of my surroundings at school. Every unexpected noise made me jump. I started leaving as soon as classes ended, no longer comfortable in the building after hours. The mural remained unfinished. I made excuses about not having time. One afternoon, about a month after the incident, I was rushing to leave when I realized I'd forgotten my phone in my classroom. It was only 4:30, still plenty of daylight, still plenty of staff and students around for summer programs. I hurried back, telling myself there was nothing to worry about. As I retrieved my phone from my desk, I heard it. The soft, rhythmic sound of sweeping coming from the hallway outside my classroom. Swish, 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 swish. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sound continued, steady and unhurried. Swish, 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 swish. I didn't look. I couldn't bring myself to look. Instead, I grabbed my phone, shoved it in my bag, and bolted for the secondary exit at the back of my classroom, the one that led to the courtyard. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. That was 2 months ago. School started back up 3 weeks ago, and I've stuck to a strict schedule. I arrive exactly 15 minutes before first period and leave no later than 30 minutes after the final bell. My colleagues have noticed the change but don't comment on it much. A few have given me knowing looks or squeezed my shoulder in silent understanding. I've tried researching Elena Vega, but there's little information to be found. No death certificate, no newspaper articles, nothing to indicate what happened to her after her employment was terminated in 1954. It's as if she simply vanished. Sometimes at night, I find myself wondering what would have happened if I had followed her into that closet. Would there have been something behind that locked door, or would I have disappeared too, becoming just another unexplained story in the school's long history? I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them, but I know what I saw that evening, and I know that something in that building is not right. That woman, Elena Vega, the broom lady, whatever or whoever she was, she changed something in me. I can't explain it, can't rationalize it away. All I know is that I'll never stay late at school again. And whenever I walk past that locked closet near the administrative offices, I walk just a little bit faster, my eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to look at the door or listen for the sound of sweeping that might be coming from inside. Story 15. I still haven't been able to sleep through the night since it happened 3 weeks ago. I wake up constantly, checking the windows, making sure they're locked, peering out into the darkness before quickly shutting the curtains. I've been staying with my sister since then. I can't go back to that house. Tom thinks I'm overreacting, that I just saw something, and my imagination ran wild. He doesn't understand. He wasn't there. It was a Wednesday night in late October. The temperature had dropped suddenly that week, bringing that sharp New England chill that always seems to arrive overnight. Tom had texted me around 6 saying he'd be working late again, some crisis with a client that needed immediate attention. I wasn't thrilled about spending another night alone in the house, but it wasn't unusual. His job at the financial firm downtown often kept him working odd hours, especially near the end of the quarter. I remember thinking the house felt different that night. I've always loved our colonial. It's over 100 years old with those gorgeous hardwood floors and tall windows. During the day, sunlight streams through every room, warm and inviting. But that night, the shadows seemed deeper, the corners of rooms darker than usual. I kept finding myself looking over my shoulder as I moved from room to room. After dinner, I settled on the couch in the living room with a book and a glass of wine. Max, our 3-year-old German shepherd, was lying on the rug in front of the fireplace. I'd lit a fire to ward off the chill, and the crackling wood provided a comforting background noise. Outside, the wind had picked up, making the old oak tree branches scrape against the siding. It must have been around 9:30 when Max suddenly lifted his head. His ears perked forward, and he stared intently at the large bay window that faces our backyard. At first I didn't think much of it, probably a raccoon or possum moving through the yard. But then he stood up, hackles raised, and let out this low, rumbling growl I'd never heard from him before. "What is it, boy?" I asked, putting my book down. Max didn't look at me. His eyes stayed fixed on the window, his growl growing louder. I felt that first real twinge of unease then. Our neighborhood is pretty isolated, with houses spaced far apart and surrounded by woods. We'd had a few break-ins reported about 20 miles away, but nothing in our immediate area. Still, I got up and moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. At first, I couldn't see anything beyond my own reflection and the yard illuminated by our porch light. Just the stretch of lawn ending at the tree line about 50 yards back. The wind was moving through the trees, making shadows dance. I was about to turn away to reassure myself it was nothing when Max's growl turned into frantic barking. That's when I saw it, at the very edge of where the light reached, where our yard meets the beginning of the woods. Something moved. Not like an animal or even a person sneaking around. It was tall, impossibly tall, and thin, standing partly behind a tree. I squinted, trying to make out details, but all I could see was this dark silhouette, motionless, just watching. I backed away from the window, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table to call Tom, but there was no signal, not one bar. This wasn't completely unusual. Cell reception can be spotty in our area when the weather's bad, but the timing couldn't have been worse. Max was going absolutely crazy now, alternating between barking at the window and running to the back door, then back to me as if trying to warn me. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop. When I looked back at the window, the figure was gone. For a moment, I felt relief. Maybe it had been a deer standing oddly, or just shadows playing tricks on my eyes. But Max was still agitated, pacing back and forth, whining and growling. I decided to check all the doors and windows. The front door was locked, deadbolt secured. The kitchen door too. I was in the dining room checking those windows when Max suddenly went silent. The abrupt quiet was somehow worse than his barking. I rushed back to the living room. Max was standing rigidly, staring at the bay window again. The figure was back, but closer now, much closer. It stood just beyond the glass, tall enough that I could only see from about the chest up without craning my neck. It had to be at least 7 feet tall, maybe more. Its proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, neck too thin, and its face, God, its face. There wasn't one, just a blank dark oval where features should be. No eyes that I could see, no mouth, no nose, nothing but a void. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was like my body had forgotten how to function. Max backed up, his tail between his legs, whimpering. This dog who would chase off anything, who I'd always felt would protect me, was terrified. Then it raised one of those unnaturally long arms and pressed a hand against the glass. Its fingers were elongated, joints not quite bending right, and they left these smudgy, greasy marks on the window. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was gentle, almost polite, like someone asking to be let in. I managed to back away, nearly tripping over the coffee table. My phone still showed no signal, and our landline was in the kitchen. I'd have to turn my back on the window to get to it, and something deep inside told me that would be a terrible mistake. The tapping stopped. When I looked back, the figure was gone again. Relief lasted only seconds before Max started growling at something else. Not the window this time, but toward the hallway leading to the back of the house. That's when I remembered. In my rush to take out the trash before it got dark, I'd forgotten to lock the back door. The realization hit me like ice water. I was moving toward the hallway, toward the back door, when I heard it, the soft, unmistakable sound of our back door opening, the slight squeak of the hinges that Tom had been meaning to oil for months. I froze in the entrance to the hallway. Max was behind me now, still growling but backing up. I could see down the dark corridor to where it opened into the small mudroom and back door. A shadow stretched across the floor, growing longer as whatever cast it moved closer. The hallway light was off, but enough light spilled from the living room that I could see it when it stepped into view. That impossible height, those wrong proportions. It had to stoop slightly to avoid hitting the ceiling, its head tilted at an angle that would break a human neck, regarding me with that featureless face. For what felt like forever, we just stood there, me at one end of the hallway, it at the other. I couldn't run. My legs wouldn't work. I couldn't scream. My throat had closed up. All I could do was stare as this thing that should not exist looked back at me. Then it spoke. Its voice was barely a whisper, but somehow I heard it clearly, like it was speaking directly into my mind. "You're not supposed to be here." The moment it spoke, every light in the house flickered and went out. Complete darkness. I screamed then, finally found my voice, but it didn't even sound like me. More like an animal caught in a trap. I don't really remember what happened next. It's all fragmented. I remember fumbling in the dark, Max barking again, the sound of movement. I somehow made it to the front door, yanked it open and ran. No coat, no shoes, just ran down our long driveway in the freezing cold, Max right beside me. Our nearest neighbor is a quarter-mile away. I pounded on their door, hysterical. The poor woman thought I was having some kind of breakdown. She called Tom, who rushed home. He called the police too, who searched our house and found nothing. No signs of forced entry besides the back door I'd left unlocked. No footprints in the soft earth outside the windows, despite the recent rain that should have captured them perfectly. Nothing stolen or disturbed, except for those smudgy fingerprints on the bay window, too long, too widely spaced to be human. The police officer suggested it was probably raccoons, but wouldn't meet my eyes when he said it. Those marks wouldn't wash off either. Tom had to replace the entire window. We stayed in a hotel for 2 nights, but eventually Tom wanted to go home. He thinks I saw an unusually tall person prowling around, got scared, and my imagination filled in the rest. The power outage was just coincidence. Several houses in the area lost power briefly that night from the wind, but I know what I saw. I know what spoke to me in that hallway. And I know I can never go back to that house, because whatever that thing was, it was right. I'm not supposed to be there. That house belongs to something else now. I still don't have answers. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I hear tapping on the windows, even here at my sister's place 30 miles away. Max won't leave my side anymore, and he still stares at windows and doorways, growling at things I can't see. I don't know what it was or what it wanted. All I know is that it found me once, and I'm terrified it will find me again. Story 16. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me 3 weeks ago on Highway 50. I've been driving trucks for nearly 22 years now. I've seen pretty much everything the road can throw at you. Blizzards that turn the highway into a blank sheet of paper, desert heat that makes the asphalt shimmer like water, and wildlife that darts out so quick you barely have time to blink, let alone brake. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what I experienced that night in Black Canyon. I'd taken on a long-haul job from Sacramento to Denver, hauling industrial parts for a manufacturing plant. The pay was good, and the timeline was tight but doable. I'd done similar runs countless times before. My dispatcher gave me the option of taking Interstate 80 across, but it was under heavy construction near Elko, and I figured Highway 50 would be faster, even if it meant driving through more desolate country. For those who don't know, Highway 50 across Nevada isn't called the loneliest road in America for nothing. There are stretches where you won't see another vehicle for hours, just miles and miles of sagebrush, distant mountains and sky. During the day, it has this stark beauty to it. At night, it's a different story altogether. I was making good time that day. Left Sacramento around 9 in the morning, stopped for a quick lunch in Fallon, and pushed on. My plan was to make it to Ely by midnight, grab some shut-eye at the truck stop there, then continue to Denver the next day. The sun went down just as I was approaching the western edge of Black Canyon, which is about 70 miles west of Ely. Black Canyon isn't anything special to look at, just a long stretch of highway cutting through high desert terrain with some rocky outcroppings. But once night falls, that whole area feels like it's swallowing you up. There's no ambient light out there. When your headlights hit the asphalt, everything beyond that narrow beam is just pure, impenetrable darkness. It was around 11:30 when the radio started acting up. I'd been listening to some classic rock station out of Reno, and it suddenly dissolved into static. That's not unusual out there. Radio signals struggle to reach those remote areas. So I tried scanning for something else, but there was nothing. Just white noise hissing through my speakers. I switched it off and rode in silence. The moon was barely a sliver that night, and the stars were hidden behind scattered clouds. My headlights carved a tunnel through the darkness, and the yellow line on the road hypnotically unspooled beneath my truck. The temperature reading on my dash showed 43 degrees, chilly for a late September night, but not unusual for the high desert. I remember checking my watch. It was 11:58 when I first saw him. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. You know how it is when you've been driving for hours, especially on a pitch-black highway. Your mind starts to see things that aren't really there. But as I got closer, I realized there actually was someone standing in the middle of the road, right on the center line. I immediately hit the brakes. My rig shuddered as I slowed from 65 down to a stop, the air brakes hissing angrily. I flashed my high beams, thinking maybe this person was lost or their car had broken down, but they didn't move or shield their eyes from the light. They just stood there, perfectly still, about 50 yards ahead of me. I should have kept driving. Every instinct I've developed over 2 decades of trucking was screaming at me to floor it and get the hell out of there. But something made me stop. Maybe it was the thought that this person needed help, or maybe it was just pure curiosity. Either way, I put the truck in park, grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, and stepped out onto the asphalt. The moment I closed my truck door, I was struck by how utterly quiet it was. There was no wind, no distant traffic noise, not even the sound of insects or coyotes, just a heavy silence that seemed to press down on me from all sides. I clicked on my flashlight and started walking forward. "Hey," I called out. "You all right? Need some help?" No response. The figure remained motionless. As I got closer, maybe 20 feet away, I could make out more details, and that's when the first real chill ran up my spine. It was a man, or at least it had the general shape of a man. He was wearing what looked like old work clothes, faded denim pants, and a button-up shirt that might have once been blue but now appeared gray in my flashlight beam. But it was his face that made my blood turn to ice. His skin was the wrong color. Not any human shade I've ever seen. It looked dried and cracked like mud that's been baking in the sun. And his eyes, God, his eyes. They were open, but they didn't look alive. They were clouded over, like the eyes of a dead fish, and they didn't seem to be focusing on anything. I stopped about 10 feet away from him. "Sir, are you okay?" That's when he moved. Not like a person moves. It was jerky, unnatural, like someone was manipulating a puppet with strings. His head twisted toward me, and I swear to God I heard a cracking sound, like dry twigs snapping. Then his arm shot out, pointing down the highway behind me. I turned to look where he was pointing, and that's when I saw the headlights. They appeared suddenly, maybe a quarter mile back the way I'd come. 2 dim, yellowish lights, wobbling slightly as they approached. My first thought was relief. Another vehicle meant help, maybe an explanation for this strange man on the road. But as the lights drew nearer, that relief curdled into dread. It was an old truck, much older than anything that should still be on the road. The headlights flickered like candle flames, and even from a distance, I could see that its paint was peeling off in sheets, revealing a frame that was rusted through in places. It was moving fast, too fast, but making almost no sound. Just a faint metallic groan, like wind blowing through an abandoned building. I looked back at the man, but he was still frozen in that pointing posture, his glazed eyes fixed on the approaching vehicle. "What the hell is going on?" I said, my voice sounding thin and scared even to my own ears. The truck was getting closer now, maybe 100 yards away, and I realized with a spike of horror that there was no one behind the wheel. The cab was empty, completely empty. I stumbled backward, nearly falling on the asphalt. The ghost truck, because that's the only way my mind could process what I was seeing, barreled toward us, picking up speed. I braced myself for impact, though some part of me already knew what was going to happen. The truck passed right through the standing man, who didn't even flinch. It continued on, the rusted metal and cracked glass, somehow both solid and insubstantial at the same time. As it passed me, the air temperature dropped so drastically that my breath clouded in front of my face. I caught a whiff of something awful, like oil, gasoline, and something else, something rotten and long dead. Then it was gone, vanishing into the darkness ahead. When I looked back to where the man had been standing, he was gone too. The road was empty. It was like neither of them had ever been there at all. I don't remember getting back to my truck. I must have run. All I know is that I was suddenly behind the wheel, hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. The engine roared to life and I hit the gas hard, not caring about safety or regulations or anything except getting away from that spot. I drove like a madman for the next 20 miles until I reached a truck stop just outside of Ely. It was a small place, just a diner attached to a gas station, but the lights were on and there were a few other trucks in the parking lot. I practically fell out of my cab and stumbled inside. The diner was nearly empty. There was an old couple in one booth and a middle-aged waitress behind the counter. She took one look at my face and immediately poured me a cup of coffee. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, sliding the mug across to me. I must have laughed, a strange, strangled sound that made the old couple look over at me. "You came in from Highway 50, didn't you?" the waitress asked, her expression knowing. "Through Black Canyon." I nodded, my hands wrapping around the warm mug like it was a lifeline. "What time?" she asked. "Midnight, just about exactly midnight." She exchanged a look with the old man from the couple who had gotten up and moved to the stool next to mine. He was in his 70s at least, with leathery skin and eyes that had seen too much. "Black Canyon ain't right after dark," he said quietly. "Never has been, not since the mines went under back in the 60s. "What are you talking about?" I asked, though some part of me already knew. The old man sighed. "Used to be a mining town there, just off the highway. Nothing big, just a few hundred souls digging for silver. When the mine dried up, most folks left. Some couldn't or wouldn't. They stayed on until there was nothing left. No jobs, no food, no hope." "They're still there," the waitress added, her voice dropping to just above a whisper. "Not in any way you'd recognize, but they're there, especially at night, especially at midnight. The man I saw," I started. "Probably old Tom Grissom," the old man cut in. "Used to be the foreman at the mine, always trying to warn people about the bad spots, the places where the supports were weak. Story goes he got trapped in a cave-in trying to save some of his men. They never recovered all the bodies. And the truck?" My voice was barely audible. The waitress and the old man exchanged another look. "Delivery truck," the old man said finally. "Used to bring supplies to the town. Driver was drunk one night, missed a curve, went over the edge. They say he's still making his rounds, trying to deliver goods to a town that ain't there anymore." I sat there for a long time, drinking coffee that grew cold in my mug, listening to their stories about Black Canyon, about how the spirits of the old mining town still walk that stretch of highway, looking for help, for recognition, for something none of the living can give them. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I never did before that night. But I know what I saw on that empty stretch of Highway 50. I know how the air turned Arctic cold when that phantom truck passed by. I know the look in that man's dead eyes as he pointed down the road. I finished my haul to Denver the next day, taking a detour that added 3 hours to my journey just to avoid going back through Black Canyon in daylight. I'm still driving trucks. I'm still taking long-haul jobs, but I check my routes carefully now, and I've turned down good money to avoid Highway 50 after dark. Some people say the loneliest road in America is just that, lonely. But I know better. That road is far from empty. And sometimes in the dead of night, when the veil between worlds grows thin, you realize you're never really alone out there on the highway. I still see that man in my dreams, still standing in the road, pointing, still warning me about something I can't quite understand. And sometimes when I'm driving at night and my radio suddenly turns to static, I find myself checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a pair of flickering headlights gaining on me, carrying a delivery that will never reach its destination. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts until I moved into the Riverfront Ice Building in Boston. It's one of those renovated industrial spaces from the late 1800s that developers turned into luxury lofts with exposed brick and massive windows. The building used to store ice before refrigeration was common, and the realtor played that up as a quirky selling point. She never mentioned the other history, the darker stuff I'd learn later. When I first toured my apartment, I fell in love with the high ceilings and the view of the Charles River. The rent was stretching my budget as a graphic designer, but I justified it as an investment in myself, a place with character where I could finally feel like a real adult at 27. Looking back, I wish I'd just gotten a boring cookie-cutter apartment in one of those new developments. The weird stuff started about 2 weeks after I moved in. Small things at first. Items not being where I left them, lights I was sure I'd turned off being on when I got home. I blamed it on stress and being absent-minded while unpacking. Then came the noises. The first time I heard footsteps, I was working late on a project. It was around 11 at night, and I distinctly heard the click, click, click of hard-soled shoes crossing my hardwood floor from the kitchen to the bedroom. The sound was so clear that I called out, "Hello?" thinking somehow a neighbor had wandered in. Nothing. I checked every corner of my apartment, even looked under the bed like a kid. Empty. I started keeping a record of the strange occurrences on my phone. Temperature drops in specific spots, the bathroom faucet turning on by itself, the overwhelming feeling of being watched while I showered. My sleep suffered, and I started dreading coming home. Then came that night in February, about 3 months after I moved in. I'll never forget it. I couldn't sleep, again. So I was lying in bed listening to a late-night radio talk show, something mindless about conspiracy theories to distract me from my own anxieties. The host was interviewing some caller about crop circles when I felt that familiar cold spot form at the foot of my bed. The temperature must have dropped 20 degrees in just that one area. I pulled my comforter up higher and tried to ignore it. Then I noticed something from the corner of my eye, a grayness. Not a shadow exactly, but like someone had desaturated a portion of my bedroom. I turned my head slowly, and that's when I saw them. 2 children, a boy and a girl. They couldn't have been more than 9 and 6 years old, respectively. They stood perfectly still at the foot of my bed, holding hands and staring directly at me. Their clothing was old-fashioned. The boy in a small suit with knickers and the girl in a pinafore dress with a high collar. Everything about them was gray. Their skin, their clothes, their hair. Not translucent like you'd expect ghosts to be in movies, but more like they were made of dense fog that had taken human form. The worst part was their eyes, dark and hollow, fixed on me with an expression I couldn't read. Not malicious exactly, but not friendly either, just watching, waiting. My first thought was sleep paralysis. I'd read about it online when trying to understand my insomnia, but when I lifted my hand to rub my eyes, I realized I could move freely. This wasn't sleep paralysis. I wasn't dreaming. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice shaking. "What do you want?" They didn't speak. The boy's grip on the girl's hand seemed to tighten slightly. I slowly sat up, keeping my eyes on them, and reached for the lamp switch. As my fingers touched it, they started to fade, not disappearing instantly, but dissolving like mist, starting from their feet and moving upward until they were gone. I sat there with the light on until morning, afraid to move, afraid to sleep. The radio continued playing, but I couldn't focus on the words anymore. Those specific children never appeared again, but the activity in my apartment intensified after that night. Objects would fly off shelves. Doors would slam with no draft. My clothes would be rearranged in my closet. I'd wake up to find my kitchen chairs stacked in a tower. I tried talking to my neighbors, carefully probing to see if anyone else experienced anything unusual. Most people brushed me off with uncomfortable laughs, but one elderly woman who'd lived there since the conversion 15 years earlier gave me a knowing look. "You're in apartment 512, aren't you?" she asked. When I nodded, she sighed. "That unit has always had energy, more than the others." She wouldn't elaborate further, just patted my arm and suggested I burn sage. I did that same day, feeling ridiculous but desperate. It didn't help. If anything, whatever was in my apartment seemed angered by the sage. That night, I woke up to all my kitchen drawers pulled out and their contents dumped on the floor. About a month after seeing the children, I was coming home late from work. As I approached my door on the 5th floor, I noticed a small memorial by the stairwell. Flowers, candles, and a framed photo of a young man. I hadn't seen it before, though it looked a few days old. I asked the security guard in the lobby about it later. He seemed reluctant to talk, but eventually told me that a tenant had committed suicide by jumping from the 8th floor railing the previous week, the railing that overlooked the stairwell right outside my apartment. "They found him right at the bottom of the stairs on your floor," he said quietly. Poor guy had been going through a divorce, lived here about 6 months. Something cold settled in my stomach. 6 months. The timing lined up with when the more aggressive disturbances had started in my apartment. That night, I felt a different presence for the first time. Not the children, not the clicking footsteps I'd grown almost accustomed to. This was heavy, angry, male. I could feel it like a pressure against my skin, making it hard to breathe. I was washing dishes when it hit me, this overwhelming sense of rage and despair that wasn't my own. The air felt thick, and I had to grab the counter to steady myself. Then, a glass flew from the dish rack and shattered against the wall, missing my head by inches. "Stop it!" I shouted, terrified but also suddenly angry. "This is my home!" The pressure intensified. The lights flickered. I heard a deep groan that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Then, cutting through it all, came the now familiar click, click, click of those hard-soled shoes, crossing my living room, deliberate and steady. The heaviness lifted immediately, like someone had opened a window in a stuffy room. That's when I realized there were two distinct presences in my apartment. The angry male energy, which I now believed was the suicide victim, and something else, something that walked with purpose in heeled shoes, something that seemed to protect me from the darker energy. Over the next few weeks, I noticed a pattern. Whenever the oppressive feeling would start, the footsteps would appear, walking a circuit around my apartment. The male presence would retreat, and things would be calm for a while. I began researching the building's history at the Boston Public Library. What I found chilled me. The Riverfront Ice Building had seen more than its share of tragedy. In the early 1900s, when it was still an ice storage facility, 2 children of a worker had wandered in and become trapped in a storage room. They'd frozen to death before anyone found them, a 9-year-old boy and his 6-year-old sister. During Prohibition, part of the building had been used as a speakeasy, and a woman, reportedly a hostess there, had been murdered by a jealous lover. She'd been found in what would later become the 5th floor corridor, her high-heeled shoes placed neatly beside her body. The more I learned, the more the pieces fit together. The children who watched but never harmed, the clicking heels that seemed to patrol and protect, the angry new presence that had appeared after the recent suicide. I lived in that apartment for 2 more years. I couldn't break my lease without a massive penalty, and honestly, part of me didn't want to leave. As terrifying as some moments were, I developed a strange understanding with the spirits, especially the woman in heels. I took to talking to her sometimes, especially when I was alone and scared. "Thanks for looking out for me," I'd say when the footsteps would pass by my bedroom door at night. Sometimes the steps would pause, as if she were listening. The children appeared occasionally. Not in their full forms as I'd seen that February night, but as grey mists in the corners of rooms, always together, always watching. I'd acknowledge them with a nod, and they'd dissolve away. The male presence, the suicide victim, was the only one that truly frightened me. His energy was unpredictable and destructive. Objects would fly across rooms, electronics would short out. Once I woke up with scratch marks on my arm that I couldn't explain, but whenever things got too intense, the clicking heels would arrive and the oppression would lift. I finally moved out last year when my company relocated me to Chicago. On my last night in the apartment, I left 3 things: a small toy car and a hair ribbon on the windowsill for the children, and a pair of vintage high heels I'd found at a thrift store placed neatly by the door. As I did a final walkthrough, I felt a brush of cold air against my cheek, gentle, almost like a goodbye. The clicking footsteps crossed the empty living room one last time, fading into silence. I still can't explain what happened in that apartment. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, some stress-induced hallucination that lasted for 3 years. But then I remember those gray children at the foot of my bed, holding hands and watching me with those hollow eyes. I remember the weight of that male presence trying to crush me, and the decisive click, click, click that would chase it away. Some buildings hold on to the past, I think. They absorb the emotions and experiences of the people who lived and died there. The riverfront ice building certainly held onto its ghosts. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep in my new, decidedly unhaunted apartment in Chicago, I find myself listening for those familiar footsteps and feeling strangely unprotected without them. Story 18. I still can't sleep properly. It's been almost a month since everything happened, but I can't shake the feeling that she's watching me. I know this sounds crazy, but I need to get this off my chest. I've been carrying this secret for too long. Last summer, my buddies Steve, Ross, and I decided to head out to the woods outside Bridgewater to watch the Perseid meteor shower. We'd done this kind of thing before. Grab some beers, find a clearing in the forest where you can see the sky without light pollution, and just chill. The place we picked was about a 40-minute hike from where we parked. It's dense forest, mostly pine trees, with a few clearings scattered throughout. We got there around 10 at night. The meteors weren't supposed to peak until after midnight, so we set up our spot, cracked open some beers, and just shot the shit for a while. It was a warm August night, not too humid, perfect conditions really. Around 11:30, I needed to take a leak, so I walked maybe 30 yards away from our clearing into the trees. I remember stopping and looking up, hoping to catch an early meteor. That's when I noticed them. 2 yellowish-green dots glowing in the darkness between the trees. At first, I thought it might be a reflection of something, maybe some kind of weird fungus that glows in the dark. But then the dots moved. They were eyes. They were at about human height, which freaked me out immediately. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. Whatever it was just standing there, watching me. Then the eyes lowered toward the ground, like the thing had dropped to all fours and moved away through the underbrush. The way it moved, it wasn't like a deer or a bear. It was more like a dog, but much bigger. I hurried back to Steve and Ross, trying not to look panicked. "Dude, you look like you've seen a ghost," Steve said when I got back. I told them what I'd seen, trying to play it cool, like it was probably just a coyote or something. Ross laughed and said I was getting spooked by the dark, but Steve seemed a little concerned. "There are mountain lions sometimes in these parts," he said. "Probably best if we stick together and keep the fire going." We ended up watching the meteor shower without any other incidents. I caught myself scanning the tree line every few minutes, but I never saw those eyes again. We hiked back to the car around 3 in the morning, and that was that. At least, that's what I thought at the time. About 2 weeks later, Steve, Ross, and I went back to the same forest with a couple other friends. It was a Saturday afternoon, and we were just hiking around, exploring some of the trails. We ended up not far from where we'd watched the meteor shower. That's when I noticed the smell. If you've ever smelled something dead in the woods, you know what I'm talking about. It's not just unpleasant. It gets in your nose and the back of your throat. It's unmistakable. Steve noticed it too. "Jesus, something died out here," he said, wrinkling his nose. Ross and the others wanted to check it out. Morbid curiosity, I guess. But Steve and I exchanged looks and said we should probably head back. Something about the whole situation felt wrong. I remembered those eyes I'd seen, and a chill ran down my spine despite the warm afternoon. We managed to convince the others to turn around, and we headed back toward the cars. I tried to forget about it, Just some animal that died in the woods. Nothing unusual about that, right? I didn't go back to those woods for months after that. Life got busy. I quit my job at the warehouse and started working at my uncle's auto shop. But one weekend in early November, my best friend Mark was visiting from out of town, and another friend, Jim, suggested we go hiking. Of course, Jim wanted to check out the same forest. I was reluctant, but I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. It was a cold, grey day, the kind where the sky looks like a sheet of metal and the air feels damp even though it's not raining. The forest was different in late fall. Most of the leaves were gone, and you could see deeper into the trees. It felt more exposed somehow. We'd been hiking for about an hour when I smelled it again. That same rotting smell from before, but fainter now. I thought about turning back, making some excuse about the weather getting worse, but Jim had already noticed the smell and was curious. Probably just a dead deer or something, Mark said, but he followed along as Jim started moving toward the source of the stench. It wasn't far off the trail, maybe 50 yards through sparse underbrush. The smell got stronger with each step. My heart was pounding, and I felt sick to my stomach. Part of me already knew what we were going to find. Jim saw it first. He stopped so suddenly that I almost bumped into him. "Holy shit," he whispered. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was looking at. It was partially buried. Whether by animal activity or human hands, I couldn't tell, but there was no mistaking the shoulder and upper arm protruding from the disturbed earth. It was wearing what looked like a woman's coat, dark blue or black, now stained and deteriorated from exposure. The flesh visible beyond the coat sleeve was in advanced decomposition, grayish-brown and barely recognizable as human. "We need to call the police," Mark said immediately, already pulling out his phone. "Wait," Jim grabbed his arm. "Think about this. We're out here in the middle of nowhere. We found a body. They're going to think we had something to do with it." "That's ridiculous," Mark argued. "We're just hikers who stumbled across it." I stood there, unable to speak. All I could think about were those eyes I'd seen months ago, watching me from the darkness. Had whoever, whatever, that was done this? Had it been watching us from the trees that day? "Look," Jim said, lowering his voice. "We don't know how long this has been here. It could be months old. The person is already dead. Us reporting it now isn't going to help them." "It's the right thing to do," Mark insisted, but I could tell he was wavering. I finally found my voice. "Maybe Jim's right. We don't have the best alibi here. We're miles from anywhere, and we deliberately walked off the trail to find this. It looks suspicious." In the end, we left without reporting it. We told ourselves we'd make an anonymous call to the police once we were safely away, but we never did. We swore to each other we wouldn't talk about it again. We even made a pact. What happens in the forest stays in the forest. That night, I had the first nightmare. I dreamed I was back in the woods, but it was dark. I could smell the decay, stronger than before, and I was walking toward it, unable to stop myself. When I reached the shallow grave, the body was sitting upright, the face still mostly covered in dirt. It turned toward me slowly, and through the mud, I could see yellowish-green eyes glowing in the darkness. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. I told myself it was just a dream, just my guilt manifesting itself, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. The next day, I was alone in my apartment when I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom, soft, shuffling steps that stopped right outside my door. I froze, listening. My doorknob turned slowly, but the door was locked. After a minute or so, the footsteps retreated. When I finally worked up the courage to look outside, there was no one there. Jim called me a few days later. He sounded terrible, his voice shaky and hoarse. "Have you been having dreams?" he asked without preamble. I admitted I had. "I keep seeing her," he whispered, standing at the foot of my bed, just watching me. And the smell, I can smell it in my apartment now. It's just guilt, I told him, trying to convince myself as much as him. We need to report what we found. It's too late for that, Jim said. She knows we left her there. She's not going to let this go. A week after finding the body, the activity escalated. My car radio started turning on by itself, always tuned to static. I'd be driving, and suddenly it would blare to life at full volume, then cut out just as abruptly. At home, I'd wake up to find all my cabinet doors standing open, or my shower running. Jim was experiencing similar things. Mark, who'd wanted to report the body, seemed untouched by whatever was happening to us. Then, 2 weeks after the discovery, I got a phone call in the middle of the night. The caller ID showed Jim's number, so I answered right away. "Hello?" I said, still groggy from sleep. There was silence on the line, then a voice, deep, distorted, definitely not Jim's, said, "I burnt it down." Then laughter, a man's laughter that gradually transformed into what sounded like crying. I hung up and immediately called Jim back. He answered on the first ring, sounding wide awake and terrified. "Did you just call me?" I demanded. "No, but I just got a call from you," he said. Some man saying, "I burnt it down," and then laughing. My blood went cold. We'd both received the same call, seemingly from each other's phones. The next day, I drove out to the forest alone. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe proof that it was all in my head, that there was a rational explanation for everything that had been happening. I found the spot where we'd discovered the body without any trouble. The smell was gone, and when I looked at the place where the shoulder had been protruding from the ground, there was nothing there. The earth was smooth, undisturbed, as if nothing had ever been buried there. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something glinting among the fallen leaves. I bent down and picked it up. It was a woman's necklace, a simple silver chain with a small pendant. The pendant was tarnished, but I could make out what looked like a tiny flame engraved on its surface. I dropped it like it had burned me and ran back to my car. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. For just a second, I thought I saw someone standing at the edge of the forest where the trees meet the road, a figure in what looked like a dark blue coat. When I looked again, there was nothing there. That was 3 weeks ago. The activity in my apartment has gotten worse. The smell comes and goes. Sometimes I wake up with dirt in my bed, though I haven't been anywhere near the forest. Last night I found muddy footprints leading from my front door to my bedroom. Small footprints like a woman's. Jim hasn't answered his phone in days. I drove by his place yesterday, but his car was gone and no one answered the door. Mark, when I called him, told me to get help, that I was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe he's right. Maybe this is all in my head. But I don't think so. I think she found us because we found her and did nothing. I think she's attached herself to us, and she won't let go until someone pays for what happened to her. I'm writing this all down because I don't know how much longer I can take this. Last night, I woke up to those yellowish-green eyes staring at me from the foot of my bed, and the smell was so strong I gagged. I heard that voice again, right in my ear. I burnt it down. I still don't know what it means, but I'm afraid I'm going to find out. Story 19. I still can't explain what happened to me when I was 12. It's been over 20 years now, but that day in our Lakewood house still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. I've never told many people about this. Who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. My name's Emily. Back in the summer of 1998, I was just a normal 12-year-old living with my parents in a pretty ordinary 2-story house. Nothing fancy, just your typical suburban home with vinyl siding and too many windows that let in drafts during winter. We'd moved there when I was 8, and I never felt anything off about the place, at least not at first. That day started like any other summer day, hot, humid, with that sticky air that makes you want to do nothing but sit in front of a fan. Mom wanted me to clean my room, which was the last thing I felt like doing. We'd been butting heads a lot that summer, me pushing boundaries, her trying to maintain control. Looking back, it was normal preteen stuff, but at the time, it felt like the end of the world. The argument escalated as the day went on. I don't even remember what triggered the final blow-up, but I remember storming upstairs, fuming. I stood at the top of our staircase. It was one of those open staircases with wooden banisters that gave you a view of the entryway below. Mom was standing at the bottom, her face red with anger. "You never listened to me," I screamed, gripping the railing until my knuckles went white. "I hate you." I remember the look on her face, that mixture of hurt and anger that only parents can master. She didn't say anything. She just turned and walked into the kitchen, slamming the door behind her with a bang that seemed to echo through the whole house. And that's when it happened. The slam of the door was still reverberating when I felt something. It started as a slight movement of air around my head, like someone had opened a window nearby. But there were no windows open. The air conditioning was running, but the vent was across the hall from where I stood. This wasn't a normal draft. It was circular, like a miniature whirlwind that focused specifically around my head and shoulders. I froze, confused more than scared at first. Then came the voices. They weren't loud, more like whispers, multiple whispers all at once, coming from within this swirling air. I couldn't make out specific words at first, just the sound of multiple voices murmuring, overlapping each other. It reminded me of standing in a crowded cafeteria with dozens of conversations happening at once, except all these voices were right next to my ear, circling around my head in that impossible wind. My heart started hammering against my ribs. I couldn't move. The voices got clearer, though still whispered. Some sounded like children, others like adults. Male and female voices all mixed together in this weird chorus that made no sense. I still couldn't understand what they were saying, but the tone was urgent, insistent. The wind picked up, ruffling my hair, making the small hairs on my arms stand up. It wasn't cold, exactly, but it gave me goosebumps all over. The voices grew more distinct, though still jumbled together. Always here. Listen. She can't. Watching. Remember when. I couldn't tell if they were talking to me or to each other. I couldn't tell where they were coming from except that they were somehow in the wind itself, as if the air had become a conductor for sound. My entire body was rigid with fear. I wanted to run, to scream for my mom, but I couldn't make my muscles work. The voices continued, growing slightly louder, the wind circling faster. "We're not supposed to." "Found the way. Open now. She hears us." That last one sent a jolt through me. They knew I could hear them, whatever they were. That's when pure terror finally broke my paralysis. "Stop," I screamed, clamping my hands over my ears. And just like that, it stopped. Not gradually, but instantly. The wind disappeared. The voices cut off. But what replaced it was almost worse, a silence so complete, so absolute that it felt unnatural, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire world. I couldn't hear the air conditioner running anymore, couldn't hear the typical creaks and settling noises of the house, couldn't even hear my own breathing, though I could feel my chest heaving. It was like being submerged underwater, except there was no pressure, just nothing. This perfect silence lasted maybe 5 seconds, though it felt much longer. Then sound rushed back in all at once. The hum of the AC, a dog barking somewhere outside, my mom moving pots in the kitchen downstairs. I ran to my bedroom and slammed the door, diving under my covers like I was 5 years old again, convinced that whatever had just happened would come back if I stayed exposed. I didn't come out until Mom called me for dinner, and I never told her what happened. I was afraid she'd think I was making it up for attention, or worse, that something was wrong with me. Looking back now, I wish I'd said something, because that wasn't the only strange thing that happened in that house, though it was definitely the most intense and terrifying. From the day we moved in, I'd had trouble sleeping because of noises in my room at night. It always sounded like someone was violently turning in bed. Sheets rustling, the mattress creaking, the headboard occasionally thumping against the wall. The first few times it happened, I ran to my parents' room, convinced someone was in my room. Dad checked multiple times but never found anything. They eventually chalked it up to an overactive imagination or the house settling. But it happened almost every night. Sometimes it would be just a few minutes of rustling sheets. Other nights, it would go on for hours, keeping me awake, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling. I started sleeping with music playing through headphones just to drown it out. Then there were the lights. About once a week, usually at night but occasionally during the day if the room was dark enough, I'd see these strange flashes. They weren't like normal light bulbs or flashlights. They were electric blue, like lightning but contained within the room, with no thunder following. They'd appear for just a split second, a quick flash that illuminated everything in an eerie blue glow before disappearing. The first time I saw one, I thought it was lightning from an approaching storm, but there was no storm. And when it happened again the next week and the week after that, I realized it was something else entirely, something inside our house. I never saw these flashes in other houses. Never saw them at school or at friends' homes, just in our house in Lakewood, usually in my bedroom, but occasionally in the bathroom or the basement if the lights were off. After that day on the stairs, I became hyper-aware of these phenomena. I started connecting them in my mind, wondering if they were all related somehow. The voices in the wind, the bed sheets moving, the blue flashes, were they all manifestations of the same, whatever it was? I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. I've never been diagnosed with any condition that would cause hallucinations. I've had anxiety and depression at various points in my life, but even during the worst of those times, I never heard voices or saw things that weren't there. Not like that day on the stairs. We moved from that house when I was 15, after my parents divorced. I was secretly relieved. The night sounds had continued throughout our time there, though the blue flashes became less frequent toward the end, and while I never experienced the whispering wind again, I always felt on edge at the top of those stairs, like it could happen again at any moment. I've researched similar experiences online. Some people talk about thin places where the barrier between our world and something else is weaker. Others mention emotional energy triggering paranormal events. Was it my anger that day? My emotional outburst that somehow opened a door? Did my shouted "I hate you," words I immediately regretted, somehow tear a temporary hole in whatever separates us from whatever else is out there? I don't know. I'm 35 now with a family of my own, living in a house hundreds of miles from Lakewood. I've never experienced anything like that day since, which makes me think it was tied to that specific house. Sometimes I wonder about the people who live there now. Do they hear the rustling sheets at night? Do they see blue flashes in dark rooms? Has anyone else stood at the top of those stairs and felt the wind circle around them, carrying whispered voices from somewhere else? I'll never know for sure what happened that day. All I know is that it was real. Those voices were real. That wind was real. And sometimes when I'm home alone and the house is too quiet, I find myself listening. Really listening, half expecting to hear them again. Those urgent whispers carried on an impossible wind, but they never come, and maybe that's for the best. Story 20. I'm still not sure why I'm sharing this. Maybe it's just to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. I've spent the last 10 years trying to make sense of it, but honestly, I still can't. I was 16 when it started, living with my parents and two younger brothers in a house we'd moved into about 6 months earlier. I've always been afraid of the dark. Even as a kid, I'd see shapes and shadows that weren't really there. My mom always said I had an overactive imagination. But what happened in that house wasn't imagination. I know the difference. It started on a Tuesday night. I remember because I had a math test the next day, and I was up later than usual studying. Around 11:30, I noticed something weird in the corner of my ceiling, where the two walls meet. It was just darker than it should have been, like the shadows were deeper there. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my tired eyes playing tricks on me, but I couldn't stop looking at it. It felt like it was watching me back. I eventually fell asleep with my desk lamp on, something I hadn't done since I was little. The next morning, the corner looked normal again, and I convinced myself I'd been seeing things from exhaustion. But the next night, it was back, and it was bigger. Not by much, just enough that I noticed. The darkness seemed to spread a little further along the ceiling and down the walls. And there was something different about it too. It felt, I don't know how to describe it exactly. It felt wrong, like when you walk into a room where people have been fighting and you can feel the tension even though no one's saying anything. By the third night, I couldn't even look at that corner without feeling sick to my stomach. The darkness had definitely spread, and it seemed deeper somehow, like it was pulling light into it. But the worst part wasn't what I could see, it was what I could feel. There was hatred coming from that corner, pure hatred, directed at me. I know how that sounds, but I swear it's true. I've never felt anything like it before or since. I couldn't sleep in my room that night. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and went to my parents' room. I told them I wasn't feeling well and wanted to sleep on their floor. They were confused, but let me stay. I didn't tell them about the corner. I was 16, too old to be afraid of shadows, right? The next day after school, I had to go to my room to change clothes. As soon as I opened the door, I felt it. The air was heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, but worse. The corner was so dark now that it looked like someone had painted it black, but it wasn't paint. It was absence. An absence of light, of warmth, of anything good. I grabbed what I needed and ran out. That night I slept on my parents' floor again. I made up some excuse about not feeling well. I think my mom was getting suspicious, but she didn't push it. I was grateful for that. How do you tell your parents that there's an evil shadow living in your bedroom corner? By the 5th day, the darkness had spread to cover almost a quarter of my ceiling and walls. I couldn't even go into my room anymore. Just approaching the door made me feel like I was going to throw up or pass out. The malevolence coming from that room was overwhelming. It felt like pure evil, and I don't use that term lightly. I started avoiding that entire side of the house. My brothers noticed and started teasing me about it, but even their teasing stopped when they saw how genuinely terrified I was. My youngest brother, who was 8 at the time, told me later that he'd started feeling scared of my room too, though he couldn't explain why. 6 days after I first noticed the shadow, my parents went out for dinner, leaving me to babysit my brothers. They were in their room playing video games, and I was sitting on the couch in the living room with my back to the kitchen, watching TV. That's when it happened. It started with goosebumps spreading across my arms and neck. Then came the feeling that something was watching me, not from my room this time, but from directly behind me, from the kitchen. The feeling was so intense that I froze completely. Remote still in my hand, suddenly aware of every sound and sensation around me. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen seemed to grow louder. The air felt colder, heavier, and then I had this thought, no, not a thought, a certainty, that if I looked at the reflection in the TV screen, I would see someone standing in the kitchen doorway behind me, and whatever was there wasn't human. It was the same presence from my room, but it had somehow moved. It had followed me. The malevolence was suffocating. It felt like being submerged in something thick and toxic. Evil doesn't begin to describe it. It was hatred in its purest form. Hatred of me, of my family, of everything living and good. It was ancient and patient and disgusting. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't breathe properly. My hands went numb and tingly, and I realized I was having a panic attack. Still, I didn't dare turn around or even look at the TV screen's reflection. I was absolutely certain that seeing it would be worse than just feeling its presence. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone on the coffee table and called my parents. When my mom answered, I couldn't even speak properly. I was hyperventilating and crying, trying to tell her to come home, that something was in the house with us. She must have heard the genuine terror in my voice because they came home immediately, telling me they were on their way and to get my brothers and wait outside. But I couldn't move. I physically could not make myself turn around and walk past the kitchen doorway to get to my brother's room, so I just sat there, phone clutched to my chest, eyes fixed on the wall in front of me, feeling that thing behind me, waiting. My parents got home in record time. As soon as they burst through the front door, the feeling receded. Not completely, but enough that I could breathe again. I broke down completely then, sobbing as I tried to explain what had been happening. To their credit, they didn't dismiss me. My dad especially looked concerned. That's when he told me something he'd never mentioned before. In our religion, we were Mormon. It's customary to bless a new home when you move in. My dad admitted he had never performed that blessing on this house. He said he'd been meaning to, but kept putting it off. Without another word, he went straight to my bedroom. I couldn't bring myself to follow him, so I stayed with my mom and brothers in the living room. I could hear my dad's voice, though I couldn't make out the words. He was in there for what felt like forever, but was probably just a few minutes. When he came out, he looked drained, but relieved. He told me he'd said a prayer in my room and that the presence was gone. I didn't believe him at first. Couldn't believe him. The fear was too ingrained by then. But he took my hand and led me to my bedroom door. I was terrified, but I trusted my dad. We stood in the doorway together, and the corner was just a corner again. The oppressive feeling was fading, like smoke clearing after a fire. There was still a heaviness to the air, but it was diminishing by the second. I slept in my own bed that night for the first time in days. I kept all the lights on, and my dad checked on me multiple times, but nothing happened. The next day, the feeling was even fainter. By the third day, it was gone completely. We never talked much about what happened after that. My parents didn't want to dwell on negative energy, as my mom put it. We moved out of that house about a year later for unrelated reasons, and I was more than happy to leave. I'm not Mormon anymore. I describe myself as spiritual but not religious. But that experience, it convinced me that there are things in this world, or maybe outside of it, that are genuinely evil. Not misunderstood, not morally gray, but purely malevolent. Sometimes I still catch myself avoiding dark corners, especially where walls meet the ceiling, and I never, ever sit with my back to an open doorway. I don't know what that thing was, or what it wanted. I don't know if my dad's prayer actually drove it away, or if it just decided to leave. All I know is that for 1 week when I was 16, I experienced true evil, and it's something I'll never forget. I still wonder if it's out there somewhere, if it found another corner, another ceiling, another terrified teenager. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I wonder if it remembers me too. Story 21. I still don't know how to explain what happened at Black Hollow Lake last month. Part of me wishes I could forget everything, but I can't. Not when Jake and Matt are still missing. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend getaway. Jake found this cabin online. Super remote, no neighbors for miles, right on the edge of Black Hollow Lake. The photos looked amazing. Rustic wooden interior, huge fireplace, forest views from every window. Jake, Claire, Matt and I had been planning a trip for months, and this seemed perfect. We all needed to disconnect, you know. No cell service, no internet, just the four of us hanging out like we used to before adult life got so complicated. We drove up on Friday afternoon, taking Jake's SUV since the listing mentioned the dirt road leading to the cabin could be rough. It definitely was. The last 5 miles were basically just 2 tire tracks cutting through dense forest. I remember joking with Claire in the back seat about how this was exactly how horror movies start, if only I'd known. We arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The cabin was exactly as advertised. 1 main room with a big stone fireplace, a small kitchen area, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom with actual plumbing, thank God. Matt and Claire took the smaller bedroom, while Jake and I got the one with the lake view. The first weird thing I noticed was how quiet it was. I grew up camping, and I'm used to forests being full of sounds, birds, insects, leaves rustling. But as we unpacked the car, I realized I couldn't hear anything except our own voices and footsteps. Jake noticed it too, but he just said it was probably because it was getting colder and most wildlife was less active. We spent the afternoon settling in. The guys brought in firewood from the stack on the porch while Claire and I unpacked our food and drinks. We made dinner together, pasta with Claire's famous homemade sauce, and opened some wine. It felt normal then, all of us laughing and talking around the table. The sun set early, around 6, and it got dark fast without any city lights around. Jake got the fireplace going, and we played cards for a few hours. Around 10, Matt noticed we were running low on firewood for the night. The listing said there's a bigger wood pile around back, Jake said, standing up and grabbing his jacket. I'll go grab some more. Want me to come with? I asked. Nah, I'll be quick. Keep my spot warm. He kissed my cheek and headed out the front door. I didn't think anything of it at first. We kept playing cards, and I was winning for once. After about 15 minutes, though, I started to get annoyed. What's taking him so long? It's freezing out there, I said, looking toward the door. Matt checked his watch. Yeah, that's weird. I'll go check on him. He grabbed his coat and flashlight and went outside. Claire and I continued our game, but I kept glancing at the door. Another 15 minutes passed. The fire was dying down, and neither of them had returned. A knot formed in my stomach. Claire, something's wrong, I said, standing up. They should be back by now. Claire looked worried too. Maybe they're just messing with us? For half an hour, in the freezing cold? That's not Jake's style. We put on our coats and grabbed the other 2 flashlights. I remember how my hands were shaking as I pulled on my boots. Something felt very wrong. When we opened the front door, the first thing I noticed was the fog. It hadn't been foggy when we arrived, but now it was so thick I could barely see past the porch steps. Our flashlight beams just created these eerie glowing tunnels that dissolved a few feet ahead. Jake? I called out. Matt? No response. Claire suggested we follow the path around to the back of the cabin where the woodpile was supposed to be. We moved slowly, keeping close together, our flashlights sweeping back and forth. The fog was disorienting, and even though the cabin wasn't that big, it took us longer than it should have to reach the back. There was a woodpile there, neatly stacked against the cabin wall, but no sign of Jake or Matt. Their flashlight would be visible in this fog, Claire whispered. We should be able to see it. She was right. If they were anywhere nearby with a flashlight on, we would see the glow. J-A-K-E exclamation mark, I shouted as loud as I could. M-A-T-T exclamation mark. My voice seemed to get swallowed by the fog. No echo, no response, just that unnatural silence. We decided to check a bit further into the trees, thinking maybe they'd gotten turned around somehow. We stayed within sight of the cabin, calling their names every few steps. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow between the trees, maybe 20 yards away. But then Claire's flashlight beam passed over it, and I realized it was a figure, tall, much taller than a normal person, and thin, wearing what looked like tattered black clothing. But the way it moved, it didn't walk. It seemed to glide, like its feet weren't touching the ground. Claire, I whispered, grabbing her arm. Look. She turned her flashlight toward where I was pointing, but the figure was gone. Then we caught a glimpse of it again, further to the right, moving between the trees. Did you see that? Claire's voice was trembling. Yeah, what the hell is that? I don't know, but I don't want to find out, she said, already backing up toward the cabin. Emily, we need to go back inside, now. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't leave Jake out there. But Jake and Matt, we can't help them if we get lost too, Claire said, pulling my arm. We need to get back to the cabin and figure out what to do. She was right. We hurried back around to the front, practically running by the time we reached the porch. I fumbled with the door handle, my fingers numb with cold and fear. Once inside, we locked the door and pushed a chair against it for good measure. The fire had died down to embers. The cabin felt colder, darker. Claire quickly added more wood from the small pile Jake had brought in earlier, while I checked that all the windows were locked. What do we do now? Claire asked, her voice small. I don't know. I was trying not to panic. They've been gone almost an hour. Something's wrong. That thing we saw? What was it? I don't know, I repeated. But it wasn't normal. We tried to come up with explanations. Maybe they got lost. Maybe they were playing a prank. Maybe what we saw was just another hiker. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations made sense. We decided to wait 30 more minutes before trying to go for help. The problem was, we were miles from the main road, and neither of us was sure we could find our way out in the dark, especially with that fog. and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there was watching the cabin. About 20 minutes later, we heard it, a knock on the front door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Claire and I froze, staring at each other. "Jake?" I called out, moving toward the door. No answer. Just 3 more knocks, exactly the same as before. "Matt?" Claire tried. "Is that you guys?" Another pause, and then a voice came through the door. It sounded like Matt, but wrong. Flat. Monotone. "Claire, let me in. I'm cold." Claire started toward the door, but I grabbed her arm. Something wasn't right. Matt's voice had no emotion, no urgency, like someone reading from a script they didn't understand. "Where's Jake?" I called out. Another pause, longer this time. "Jake is here. Let us in. We're cold." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. "Us." "What happened to you guys?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Where did you go?" "Woodpile. Got lost. Found our way back. Let us in." Claire was shaking. "That doesn't sound like Matt," she whispered to me. "I know," I whispered back. "Don't open the door." I moved closer to the window beside the door, trying to peek through the gap in the curtains without being seen. It was too dark and foggy to make out anything clearly. "We're coming," I called, trying to sound normal. "The door's stuck. Give us a minute." I motioned for Claire to follow me to the kitchen, where we could whisper without being heard. "Something's wrong," I said. "That doesn't sound like them." "What do we do? What if they're hurt?" Claire's eyes were wide with fear. "I don't know, but..." 3 more knocks interrupted us, harder this time, making us both jump. "Emily, Claire, let us in. Now." The voice was still Matt's, but the tone had changed. There was an edge to it now, almost angry. We backed away from the door. My heart was hammering so hard I thought I might be sick. Then the knocking stopped. For a moment, everything was silent again. Claire and I stood frozen in the middle of the room, barely breathing. Then came a new sound, a soft scraping along the side of the cabin, something moving around the exterior walls. It reached the window on the far side of the room. Through the thin curtain, I could make out a tall, dark silhouette. Not Matt's build, not Jake's either. Then it spoke, in a voice that was trying to sound like Jake's, but wasn't quite right. Like someone who had only heard him speak a few times, trying to mimic him. "Emily," it whispered, "let us in." "Oh my God," Claire sobbed quietly. The figure stayed at the window for what felt like forever, though it was probably only a minute. Then it moved on, continuing around the cabin. We heard it at each window, pausing, sometimes tapping lightly on the glass. When it had made a complete circuit, everything went quiet again. Claire and I huddled together on the sofa, as far from the doors and windows as we could get. We didn't dare turn off any lights. "What is happening?" Claire whispered. "Where are Matt and Jake?" I shook my head, unable to speak. My mind was racing through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Around 1 in the morning, the power went out, just like that. No flickering, no warning. 1 second the lamps were on, the next we were in darkness, except for the dim glow from the fireplace. Claire screamed, and I nearly did too. I fumbled for my flashlight, which I'd kept beside me on the sofa. The batteries were dying, the beam weak and yellowish. "Check your phone," I told Claire, even though I knew it was useless. There was no signal here. She pulled it out anyway. No service. Battery at 15%. "Same," I said, looking at my own phone. "Save it. We might need it." We sat in near darkness, jumping at every creak and groan of the old cabin. The fire provided some light, but not much heat anymore. It was getting colder. Around 2 in the morning we heard it again, that soft, deliberate knocking. But this time it wasn't coming from the door or windows. It was coming from the ceiling. Something was on the roof. Knock, 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 then scraping, like something dragging itself across the shingles. It moved from one end of the cabin to the other, stopped, then moved back again. Claire was silently crying now. I held her hand so tight I'm surprised I didn't break her fingers. We both stared up at the ceiling, following the sound as it moved back and forth. Then it stopped, right above the center of the room. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then a new sound started, a slow, rhythmic scratching, like claws or fingernails dragging across the roof. It went on for hours, sometimes stopping for a few minutes, making us think it was gone, only to start again when we least expected it. By the time dawn finally came, we were exhausted, terrified, and no closer to understanding what was happening. As the first grey light filtered through the windows, the scratching finally stopped. Claire and I waited another hour before we dared move from the sofa. "We need to get out of here," Claire said, her voice hoarse from crying. I nodded. "We'll take the car and drive to the nearest town, report them missing." We gathered our things quickly, not bothering with most of our luggage. The fog had lifted somewhat, but the forest still seemed unnaturally quiet as we stepped outside. The first thing I noticed was that Jake's SUV was exactly where we'd parked it. The second thing I noticed was that the keys were gone from my pocket where I'd put them after we arrived. We checked under the seats, in the ignition, everywhere. No keys. They must have been in Jake's pocket when he went outside. Our only option was to walk out. The main road was about 5 miles away, according to the property listing. From there, hopefully we could flag down a car. As we started down the dirt driveway, I looked back at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw them. 2 sets of footprints in the mud, leading from the back of the cabin into the forest. One set was definitely Jake's hiking boots, the other was Matt's sneakers. But alongside them was something else, a third set of marks, but they weren't footprints, more like long, continuous furrows, as if something heavy had been dragged through the mud. I didn't point them out to Claire. She was barely holding it together as it was. We made it to the main road and eventually got a ride to the nearest town with cell service. We called the police, who sent search parties to the cabin and surrounding forest. They found nothing. No Jake, no Matt, no signs of struggle, no strange tall figure. Just an empty cabin and those footprints leading into the woods, which the police dismissed as probably belonging to other hikers. It's been 3 weeks now. The police have scaled back their search. They think Jake and Matt either got lost in the woods or left voluntarily for some reason. They don't believe our story about what we saw and heard, but I know what happened was real. Sometimes at night, I still hear that knocking in my dreams and that flat, wrong voice calling my name, "Emily, let us in." And I wake up terrified that someday I'll open my eyes and see Jake standing there beside my bed, but his eyes will be empty and his voice won't be his own. Story 22. I still wake up at 3 a.m. almost every night, drenched in sweat. It's been 4 months since that day at Hollow Creek Manor, and I'm the only one who made it out. I haven't spoken about what happened until now, but I need to get this off my chest before it consumes me completely. My name is Sarah, and I'm, or I guess I was, a psychology student at Elmswood University. I was working on my thesis about fear responses and the psychology behind urban legends. That's how I got roped into Jake's stupid project. Jake was a history major with an unhealthy obsession with morbid local stories. He'd been talking about Hollow Creek Manor for months, going on and on about the Harrington family who vanished back in the 70s. "It'll be perfect for your thesis," he kept saying, "and Emily can get some killer shots for her portfolio." Emily was his girlfriend and probably the most talented photographer in our year. She was always quiet, thoughtful, the kind of person who saw things others missed. Then there was David, our tech guy, the eternal skeptic who thought he could explain everything with science and logic. God, I wish he'd been right. The 4 of us had been friends since freshman year. We'd done plenty of stupid things together, but nothing like this. I remember the morning we drove out there so clearly. It was July 15th, one of those disgustingly humid summer days where your clothes stick to your skin the moment you step outside. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on us. We took Jake's beaten-up Honda up the mountain roads. The whole time he was rambling about the Harringtons, how they were this wealthy, reclusive family, how there were rumors of occult practices, and how on October 13th, 1973, the entire family just disappeared during a terrible storm. Neighbors reported seeing strange lights and hearing sounds not of this world. Jake's dramatic words, not mine. When authorities finally checked the house, they found dinner still on the table, cars in the garage, and no signs of struggle. Just gone. I remember David rolling his eyes in the back seat. Probably just ran from debt collectors or had some family emergency. People love making mysteries out of nothing. When we finally reached the property around 11 in the morning, I felt my stomach twist. The place was hidden behind overgrown trees, barely visible from the road. A rusty iron gate with the letter H worked into the design blocked the entrance to a long, winding driveway. The gate wasn't locked, just stuck from years of disuse. Jake and David had to push hard to get it open, the metal screaming in protest. The sound made my skin crawl. I almost suggested turning back right then. I wish I had. The driveway was completely overrun with weeds, cracking the pavement. As we walked, I kept feeling like something was watching us from the dense forest on either side. I told myself it was just animals, probably deer or maybe a bear, normal mountain wildlife. When we reached the clearing and saw the house, Emily gasped. It was a massive Victorian monstrosity, 3 stories of faded grandeur with a tower on one side and a wraparound porch. The blue-grey paint was peeling, some windows were broken, and ivy climbed up one whole side. It looked like something from a horror movie, but also strangely beautiful in its decay. Emily immediately started taking pictures. "This place is perfect," Jake whispered, his eyes wide with excitement. He looked like a kid on Christmas morning, which should have been another warning sign. David pulled out his equipment, an EMF detector, which he brought just to prove it wouldn't pick up anything, a thermal camera, and some voice recorders. He was filming everything on his GoPro too. "For posterity," he joked. "When nothing happens, I want evidence to rub it in Jake's face." The front door was partially open, hanging off one hinge. I remember the sound it made when Jake pushed it, this long, pained creak that seemed to go on forever. The smell hit us immediately, musty, damp, with something underneath I couldn't identify. Not rot exactly, but old, ancient, wrong. The entrance hall was grand but decaying. A wide staircase curved up to the second floor, and doorways led off to various rooms. Dust covered everything, but strangely, there were no cobwebs. I remember thinking that was odd. A house abandoned for 50 years should have been a spider paradise. "Check this out," David called, pointing his flashlight at the floor. There were footprints in the dust, not ours. They looked recent. "Probably just other urban explorers," Jake said dismissively. "This place is infamous locally. We decided to split up to cover more ground. Jake and Emily would take the ground floor, while David and I would check the second floor. I didn't want to split up. Nobody who's ever seen a horror movie thinks that's a good idea, but I also didn't want to seem like a coward." The staircase groaned under our weight. Every step felt like the wood might give way. The second floor hallway was long and dark, with doors on both sides. Most were bedrooms in various states of decay. One thing kept bothering me. Many rooms looked like people had just walked out. Clothes were still in closets. Personal items sat on dressers. In one bedroom, there was even a hairbrush with hair still in it. "This is seriously weird," I whispered to David. "Why would they leave all their stuff?" David shrugged, but I could tell he was getting uncomfortable too. His skepticism was starting to crack. We found what must have been the master bedroom at the end of the hall. It was larger than the others, with a 4-poster bed and heavy, moth-eaten curtains. A vanity stood against one wall and a bookshelf against another. Something drew me to a small wooden box on the nightstand. Inside was a leather-bound book, a diary. "David, look at this," I called. "It's Margaret Harrington's diary." He came over as I carefully opened it, the pages yellow and brittle. The handwriting was elegant but became increasingly erratic in later entries. The first entries were mundane, details about running the household, complaints about the isolation, notes about her husband Charles's work. But about halfway through, things changed. June 8th, I read aloud. The house feels different lately. Charles says I'm being ridiculous, but I know what I feel. The shadows move when they shouldn't. I hear whispers in empty rooms. Last night, I swore I saw someone standing at the foot of our bed, but when I screamed and Charles woke, there was nothing there. I flipped forward a few pages. August 23rd. Charles finally admits something is wrong. He found all the clocks in his study running backward this morning. The children are having nightmares every night now. Elizabeth says there's a woman with no face who watches her from the corner of her room. I've started finding scratches on the walls that weren't there before. I don't think we're alone here. My hands were shaking by the time I got to the last entry, dated October 12th, 1973, the day before they disappeared. It's in the walls. It's always been in the walls. The house is alive and it's hungry. Charles tried to leave today, packed the car and everything, but the engine wouldn't start. When he opened the hood, he found it filled with what looked like black veins. We're trapped here. I can hear it moving through the walls right now, scratching, whispering. It knows our names. It's calling to Elizabeth and James. God help us. I think they're answering it. Charles has his gun. If it comes tonight, we'll... The entry ended there. A chill ran down my spine as I looked up at David. His face had gone pale. We should get Jake and Emily and leave, I said. Before David could respond, we heard Emily scream from somewhere downstairs. We ran to the hallway, but the moment we stepped out, all the doors along the corridor slammed shut simultaneously. The temperature plummeted so fast I could see my breath. The lights on David's equipment flickered and died. We ran for the stairs, calling for Jake and Emily. That's when we heard a sound that still haunts my nightmares. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't animal. It wasn't human. It was something else entirely. We found Jake and Emily in the dining room. They were staring at the long table, which was set for dinner with ancient dust-covered china, but that wasn't what had made Emily scream. In the center of the table was a fresh place setting, completely clean of dust, with what looked like raw meat on the plate. It wasn't here when we came in, Jake whispered. We checked out the kitchen, and when we came back, this was just here. We need to leave, now. I grabbed Emily's arm and started pulling her toward the entrance hall. She seemed in a daze, her camera hanging forgotten around her neck. That's when the front door slammed shut. David ran to it and yanked on the handle, but it wouldn't budge. He threw his shoulder against it again and again, but it was like hitting solid stone. The windows, Jake suggested, but as he spoke, wooden shutters we hadn't noticed before slammed down over every window in sight, plunging us into darkness except for our flashlights. The four of us huddled together in the entrance hall, our flashlight beams dancing wildly as our hands shook, and then Emily's camera flash went off accidentally. In that split second of bright light, we saw them, shadows moving toward us from every corner, not cast by anything, just darkness taking form. Emily gasped and raised her camera, deliberately taking photos now. Each flash revealed the shadows getting closer, taking more defined shapes, forms that looked almost human but wrong, too tall, too thin, limbs at impossible angles. "The stairs!" Jake shouted. "Back upstairs!" We ran up those creaking steps, the wood groaning beneath us. We made it to the master bedroom and slammed the door shut, Jake and David pushing a heavy dresser in front of it. Our flashlights were growing dimmer by the second. In the fading light, I saw something move in the corner of the room. A figure stepped forward, a woman in a tattered old-fashioned gown. Her skin was gray and stretched too tight over her bones, her hair hanging in limp strands around a face that was both ancient and somehow ageless. She smiled, revealing blackened teeth, and I knew instantly who it was. "Margaret Harrington," I whispered, her mouth open too wide, jaw dislocating like a snake's. "You know my name," she said in a voice that sounded like multiple voices speaking at once. "Now I know yours. Sarah, David, Jake, Emily. The house knows you now." Emily was sobbing, her camera flashing repeatedly as she took photos in panic. Each flash showed Margaret flickering between looking human and something else, something with too many joints, skin that moved like liquid. 50 years, she rasped. 50 years we've waited for new souls. The house hungers. The house must be fed. The walls began to pulse like they were breathing. The flowered wallpaper rippled, and beneath it, I could see something that looked like muscle and sinew. Jake was frantically paging through Margaret's diary. There has to be something in here, some way to stop this. David had his back pressed against the wall, his equipment scattered at his feet. "This isn't happening," he kept repeating. "This can't be happening." I felt something wet under my feet and looked down to see a dark liquid seeping up through the floorboards. It wasn't water, it was too thick, too dark. It smelled like copper and rot. The dresser blocking the door began to slide on its own, inch by inch. Something was pushing it from the other side, something strong. Emily's camera flash went off again, and this time Margaret was right in front of her. Emily screamed as skeletal fingers wrapped around her wrist. I lunged forward trying to pull Emily back, but it was like Margaret's hand was fused to her skin. "The house takes, the house keeps," Margaret whispered, her breath like the air from an open grave. The walls were closing in now, literally moving inward. The ceiling began to lower. Jake was screaming something, but I couldn't hear him over the sound of wood splintering and the low, hungry growl that filled the room. I don't remember exactly what happened next. There was a moment when the floor seemed to open up beneath Emily and David. They were there, and then they weren't, just gone, swallowed by the house. Jake was reaching for me, his eyes wide with terror, when the wall behind him opened. It peeled back like lips, revealing darkness that shouldn't have been there. I ran. I abandoned my friends and ran. I felt hands grabbing at me from every shadow, heard voices calling my name from inside the walls. Somehow I made it to the stairs, nearly tumbling down them as the steps shifted and moved beneath my feet. The front door was open now, as if the house was done with me, as if I wasn't worth keeping. I burst out into the blinding sunlight and kept running down that overgrown driveway, not looking back even when I heard Jake screaming my name one last time. I don't remember much about the walk back to town. Someone found me on the side of the road, delirious and covered in that black liquid that had seeped through the floor. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. They said I was in shock, that I was dehydrated and had suffered some kind of psychological break. The police searched Hollow Creek Manor, of course. They found nothing. No signs of Jake, Emily, or David. Just dust and decay and an empty, abandoned house. They think I'm crazy, that I had some kind of episode, or worse, that I did something to my friends. The camera, Emily's camera, was the only thing they found inside the house. When they developed the film, the photos showed nothing but empty rooms. No Margaret Harrington, no moving shadows, no evidence of anything I saw. I've tried to go on with my life. I dropped out of school. I can't focus, can't sleep. Sometimes I catch glimpses of familiar faces in reflections. Jake looking out at me from a store window, Emily staring from a puddle of water, David's eyes in my bathroom mirror at night. Yesterday, I received a letter with no return address. Inside was a single page torn from a diary, the paper yellowed and brittle. In elegant handwriting that gradually became more frantic, it read, "The house is patient. The house remembers. The house will call you back when it's hungry again. I'm leaving Elmswood tonight, driving as far away as I can get, but somehow I know it won't matter, because when I close my eyes, I can still hear it. That low, hungry growl coming from inside the walls, waiting.